before the first heartbeat of time echoed through the corridors of eternity, before light dared to pierce the infinite darkness, before even the concept of existence had meaning, there was only the void. Not emptiness as mortals understand it, but a pregnant silence, a cosmic womb holding within its depths the seeds of everything that would ever be, everything that could ever be, and everything that might never be. This was the Garbhodaka Ocean, the primordial waters that stretched beyond measurement, beyond comprehension, beyond the very boundaries of imagination itself. And floating upon these waters of infinite potential, coiled in magnificent splendor that would make the combined light of 1 trillion suns seem like a flickering candle, lay Ananta Shesha, the 1,000-headed serpent of eternity. Each of his 1,000 hoods rose like cosmic mountains, their scales shimmering with colors that have no names in any language ever spoken or yet to be conceived. Within each scale, entire galaxies swirled in their infancy, waiting for the moment when they would be released into the dance of creation. The serpent's eyes, each one larger than the orbit of 1,000 solar systems, remained half-closed in eternal vigilance, watching over the most precious treasure in all of existence. For upon the coiled body of this cosmic serpent, in a posture of perfect repose that contained within it the secret of all movement, lay Vishnu, the supreme preserver, the eternal guardian, the consciousness from which all consciousness flows and to which all consciousness returns. His skin was the color of storm clouds gathering over an infinite ocean, that deep blue which contains within it both the terror of the abyss and the promise of rain upon parched earth. His 4 arms rested in positions of divine grace, each hand holding symbols of power that would shape the destiny of countless universes yet to be born. In his upper right hand, he held the Sudarshana Chakra, a spinning disk of pure consciousness that could travel faster than thought itself, cutting through any illusion, any obstacle, any force that dared to threaten the cosmic order. This weapon possessed its own awareness, its own will, its own burning desire to serve the preservation of Dharma. When released, it would streak across the heavens like a comet of divine justice, seeking out corruption wherever it hid, in whatever form it took, across whatever dimension it attempted to conceal itself. In his upper left hand rested the Panchajanya, the divine conch shell that had emerged from the depths of the cosmic ocean itself. When blown, this shell produced not merely sound, but the primordial vibration from which all creation emerged, the sacred syllable Om that contained within its 3 letters the entire cycle of creation, preservation, and dissolution. The spiral of this shell represented the expanding universe itself, each curve 1 billion years of cosmic evolution, each chamber a dimension of existence waiting to be explored. His lower right hand gripped the Kaumodaki, a mace of immeasurable weight that only divine strength could wield. This weapon represented the power of knowledge to crush ignorance, the authority of cosmic law to enforce justice, the unstoppable force of Dharma when it moved to correct imbalance. The mace's golden surface was inscribed with mantras so ancient that they predated language itself, their vibrations maintaining the structural integrity of reality at its most fundamental level. And in his lower left hand, he held a lotus flower, its petals perfectly formed despite having emerged from the muddy depths of material existence. This flower represented the possibility of spiritual perfection even within the limitations of physical form, the promise that consciousness could rise above its circumstances to achieve union with the divine. The lotus opened and closed in rhythm with cosmic cycles, each petal a universe, each stamen a galaxy, each grain of pollen a world teeming with life. But it was from Vishnu's navel that the most miraculous phenomenon would emerge, as he lay in the state known as Yoga Nidra, the cosmic sleep that was simultaneously the deepest rest and the most complete awareness. A golden light began to pulse within his divine form. This light grew stronger with each cosmic heartbeat, building in intensity until it could no longer be contained within the boundaries of even a divine body. And then, with a movement so gentle it could not disturb the surface of the cosmic ocean, yet so powerful it would reshape the very nature of existence, a lotus stem began to emerge from Vishnu's navel. This stem was not made of ordinary plant matter, but of crystallized potential, solidified possibility, the concentrated essence of everything that could ever exist. It rose through the primordial waters, growing longer with each passing moment, reaching toward a sky that did not yet exist, seeking a light that had not yet been born. At the top of this impossible stem, a bud began to form, golden as the first sunrise that would eventually illuminate the worlds to come. This bud contained within its tightly closed petals the blueprints for every star, every planet, every grain of sand, every drop of water, every breath of air, every thought, every emotion, every dream that would ever exist in the universe about to be born. The bud pulsed with creative energy so intense that ripples spread across the surface of the Garbhodaka ocean, the first waves in waters that had known only stillness since before the beginning of time. Shesha's 1,000 heads rose higher, creating a protective canopy around this emerging miracle. The serpent's tongues flickered, tasting the cosmic winds that had begun to stir, detecting the subtle changes in the fabric of existence that announced the approach of creation. His coils tightened slightly around Vishnu's resting form, providing additional stability for the divine body from which all existence was about to spring forth. And then, in a moment that would be remembered and celebrated throughout all the ages to come, the lotus bloomed. Its petals unfurled with a sound that was simultaneously the first music and the first silence, a paradox that only divine creation could contain. Light exploded from its center, not the harsh light of physical suns, but the gentle radiance of pure consciousness becoming aware of itself. This light carried within it the seeds of space, the embryos of time, the genetic code of causation that would govern all events throughout the cosmic cycle about to begin. From the center of this fully bloomed lotus arose a figure of extraordinary magnificence. 4 faces looked out in the cardinal directions, each one scanning the infinite possibilities that lay before them. 4 arms moved with creative purpose, already beginning the work of organizing chaos into cosmos. This was Brahma, the creator, the deity whose sole purpose was to bring forth from potential the actual, to transform the possible into the real, to give form to the formless and name to the nameless. Brahma's emergence from Vishnu's navel lotus established the fundamental hierarchy of cosmic function that would govern all existence. Creation derived its power and authority from preservation. The new emerged from the eternal. Change arose from changelessness. This relationship would remain constant throughout all the cycles of cosmic time, ensuring that creation always served the purposes of Dharma rather than the chaos of random manifestation. The Creator's first act was to survey the resources available for his work. The ocean of milk provided the raw material of consciousness, the fundamental substance from which all forms would be shaped. Shesha's presence offered the stability necessary for complex structures to maintain their integrity. Vishnu's continued rest ensured that the creative process would unfold according to divine plan rather than the accidents of chance. The timeless nature of this realm meant that Brahma could take whatever duration necessary to perfect his creative vision before implementing it in the time-bound material universe. But Brahma was not alone in the cosmic hierarchy, for even as creation began its work, another force waited in the wings, a force equally necessary for the maintenance of cosmic order. This was Shiva, the destroyer, whose dance of dissolution would eventually return all created things to their unmanifested state, clearing the cosmic stage for new cycles of creation. Together, These three, Brahma the creator, Vishnu the preserver, and Shiva the destroyer, formed the Trimurti, the cosmic triad, whose balanced interaction maintained the eternal rhythm of existence. Yet of these three, Vishnu's role was unique. While Brahma's creative work occurred at the beginning of cosmic cycles, and Shiva's destructive dance marked their end, Vishnu's preservation continued throughout all phases of existence. Every moment required his sustaining power. Every breath of every living being depended upon his continued attention to cosmic order. Every star that burned in the heavens, every planet that orbited in its course, every atom that maintained its structure, all of these existed only because Vishnu's consciousness pervaded them, holding them in existence against the constant pull of entropy and chaos. This was the burden of the eternal guardian, a responsibility that never ceased, a vigilance that never wavered, a love that never diminished despite the countless violations of Dharma that would occur throughout the ages to come. For Vishnu understood what few others could comprehend. That preservation was not merely the maintenance of physical forms but the protection of the very possibility of spiritual evolution, the safeguarding of consciousness's journey toward its ultimate realization of unity with the divine. The concept of Dharma became intrinsically linked with Vishnu's preserving function. Dharma was not merely a set of moral guidelines for human behavior, but the fundamental principles that kept stars in their courses, seasons in their proper sequence, and life forms in their appropriate relationships. When Dharma weakened or came under attack from forces of chaos and destruction, the very fabric of reality began to unravel. In such moments, Vishnu's intervention became necessary to restore balance and prevent cosmic collapse. This responsibility for maintaining Dharma manifested in Vishnu's willingness to descend into the material world whenever circumstances demanded divine intervention. Unlike other deities who typically remained in their celestial realms, Vishnu demonstrated a unique commitment to direct involvement in worldly affairs. His avatars, divine incarnations, would appear at critical junctures in cosmic history, each one specifically designed to address particular threats to universal order. The physical form of Vishnu, as described in ancient texts, reflected his cosmic functions through rich symbolism that spoke to the deepest levels of human understanding. His dark blue complexion, the color of infinite space and deep ocean waters, represented his all-pervasive nature. This blue skin seemed to contain the depth of the cosmic void, while simultaneously radiating the warmth of divine compassion. His four arms marked him as superhuman, capable of performing multiple cosmic functions simultaneously, while maintaining perfect awareness of all universal activities. And beside him, emerging from the same cosmic ocean that had given birth to creation itself, stood Lakshmi, the goddess of abundance, prosperity, and spiritual wealth. Her golden skin complemented Vishnu's blue form, creating a visual representation of the universe's dual nature, the infinite void, and the abundant manifestation that filled it. Her four arms, like Vishnu's, indicated her superhuman nature and ability to perform multiple cosmic functions simultaneously. Lakshmi's relationship with Vishnu transcended simple matrimonial bonds, representing instead a cosmic partnership essential for universal maintenance. As the goddess of wealth, prosperity, and abundance, Lakshmi provided the material foundation necessary for Dharma to flourish. Her presence ensured that the universe possessed sufficient resources to sustain life and support spiritual development. Without her abundant grace, even Vishnu's protective efforts would prove insufficient to maintain cosmic order. Gold coins flowed continuously from her hands, representing the inexhaustible abundance available to those who align themselves with Dharma. Her presence brought not only material wealth, but also spiritual prosperity, as true abundance included wisdom, compassion, and devotion alongside material resources. The lotus upon which she stood emphasized her connection to purity and spiritual perfection, demonstrating that even the highest forms of prosperity emerged from the same cosmic source that had given birth to creation itself. Together, Vishnu and Lakshmi established their residence in Vaikuntha, a celestial realm that existed beyond the material universe yet remained intimately connected to all cosmic activities. This divine abode defied conventional understanding of location, existing everywhere and nowhere simultaneously, accessible only to consciousness that had transcended material limitations. Vaikuntha's architecture reflected divine perfection through crystalline structures that seemed to grow from pure consciousness itself. Towering spires of condensed light pierced through layers of luminous clouds, their surfaces shifting between transparency and brilliant opacity as cosmic energies flowed through them. The realm's foundations rested not upon solid ground, but upon concentrated dharma, the crystallized essence of cosmic law that provided unshakable stability. Rivers of liquid light meandered through gardens where every flower bloomed in eternal perfection, their petals formed from materialized mantras that sang continuously in harmonious vibration. The most remarkable feature of this divine realm was its complete freedom from temporal progression. Time, which governed every aspect of material existence through its relentless forward movement, held no dominion within Vaikuntha's boundaries. Past, present, and future existed simultaneously as accessible dimensions of experience rather than sequential limitations. From this timeless realm, Vishnu could observe every corner of creation simultaneously, responding instantly to any threat against Dharma. His consciousness encompassed not only current cosmic conditions, but also all potential developments that might threaten universal stability. This omniscience allowed him to intervene preemptively, preventing many crises before they could fully manifest and disrupt cosmic order. Yet even with all this power, even with all this awareness, even with all this love for creation, Vishnu knew that the ages to come would bring challenges that would test the very foundations of existence. He knew that demons would rise, that Dharma would be threatened, that the balance between creation and destruction would be pushed to its breaking point again and again throughout the cosmic cycles. And so he waited, resting upon Shesha's coils, his consciousness pervading every atom of the universe he had helped bring into being, ready to descend whenever and wherever his presence was needed. For this was the eternal promise of the Preserver, that Dharma would never be abandoned, that righteousness would never be left undefended, that the forces of chaos would never triumph completely over the forces of order. This was the beginning of all beginnings, the foundation upon which all stories would be built, the cosmic stage upon which the greatest drama in existence would unfold. And as Brahma began his work of creation, as the first stars ignited in the newly born heavens, as the first planets coalesced from cosmic dust, as the first life forms stirred in the primordial oceans of countless worlds, Vishnu watched over it all, the eternal guardian, the supreme preserver, the consciousness that held existence itself in the palm of his divine hand. The story of creation had begun, but it was only the first chapter in an epic that would span billions of years, countless worlds, and infinite dimensions of experience. The avatars were yet to come. The great battles were yet to be fought. The supreme sacrifices were yet to be made. And through it all, through every triumph and every tragedy, through every moment of glory and every instant of despair, Vishnu would be there, preserving, protecting, and guiding consciousness toward its ultimate destiny of reunion with the divine source from which it had emerged. For in the end, as in the beginning, there was only the eternal guardian, floating upon the cosmic ocean, dreaming the dream of existence, and loving every particle of creation with a love that knew no bounds, no conditions, and no end. The ages passed like waves upon the shore of eternity, each one bringing new challenges, new conflicts, new tests of the cosmic order that Vishnu had sworn to protect. The Devas, celestial beings responsible for maintaining the various functions of the universe, found themselves locked in an endless struggle with their eternal rivals, the Asuras, demonic entities whose very nature drove them to seek the overthrow of divine law and the establishment of their own chaotic principles. This conflict had raged across multiple cosmic cycles, with neither side achieving decisive victory. The Asuras, led by powerful demon kings who commanded vast armies of supernatural warriors, had developed increasingly sophisticated strategies for disrupting cosmic order. They targeted the sources of divine power systematically, attacking celestial cities, destroying sacred rituals, and corrupting the natural forces that maintained universal stability. Their relentless assault had begun to show results. Several important devas found their abilities weakened, their cosmic responsibilities becoming increasingly difficult to fulfill. The sun god struggled to maintain his chariot's course across the heavens. The wind god found his breath growing short, unable to circulate the vital airs that sustained life across countless worlds. The rain god's clouds dispersed before they could deliver their life-giving moisture to parched lands below. Indra, king of the Devas and ruler of the heavenly realms, recognized that conventional warfare would not resolve this escalating crisis. The Asuras had grown too powerful through their conquests and their mastery of dark magical arts. Direct confrontation only resulted in temporary victories that were quickly reversed when the demons regrouped and launched new offensives. The cosmic balance itself had shifted so dramatically that the very foundations of Dharma appeared threatened with collapse. In this moment of desperate need, Indra approached Vishnu directly, seeking divine intervention to prevent universal catastrophe. The king of the gods prostrated himself before the supreme preserver, his crown touching the floor of Vaikuntha, his voice trembling with the weight of responsibility for all the beings who depended upon the Devas' protection. Lord of all existence, Indra pleaded, the forces of darkness grow stronger with each passing age. Our powers diminish while theirs increase. If this continues, Dharma itself will be extinguished, and chaos will reign supreme throughout all the worlds. We beseech you, intervene before it is too late. Vishnu, observing the cosmic situation from his position of eternal awareness, recognized that this crisis required a solution more sophisticated than simple divine intervention. The conflict between Devas and Asuras reflected deeper imbalances in the cosmic structure that needed addressing through fundamental transformation rather than temporary fixes. Merely empowering the Devas to defeat their enemies would only postpone the inevitable return of conflict, not resolve the underlying tensions that gave rise to it. And so Vishnu proposed a plan of such audacious scope that even the assembled Devas gasped in astonishment. Rather than fighting the Asuras directly, they would work together with their enemies to accomplish a task so monumental that it would reshape the very nature of cosmic power. They would churn the Kshirasagara, the ocean of milk, to extract from its depths the Amrita, the nectar of immortality that would grant eternal life and unlimited power to whoever possessed it. But Lord, Indra protested, how can we work alongside those who seek our destruction? And even if we could, how would we prevent them from claiming the Amrita for themselves? Vishnu smiled, a smile that contained within it the wisdom of infinite ages and the confidence of one who could see the outcome of all events before they occurred. Trust in Dharma, he said simply. Those who act according to righteous principles will ultimately triumph, regardless of the apparent strength of their opponents. The Asuras' own nature will be their undoing. The proposal was presented to the Asura kings, who agreed readily to the arrangement. Their confidence in their superior numbers and physical strength led them to believe they could claim the largest share of any treasures that emerged from the churning process. They did not understand that they were walking into a trap woven from the very fabric of cosmic law, a trap that would use their own greed and aggression against them. The cosmic ocean chosen for this unprecedented undertaking was the Kshira Sagara itself, the boundless sea of milk that served as Vishnu's eternal resting place. This ocean contained not only Amrita, but numerous other treasures that had accumulated over countless cosmic cycles. These precious substances had settled into the ocean's depths through various cosmic processes, creating a repository of divine wealth that surpassed anything available in the material universe. But churning an ocean of cosmic proportions required equipment of equally cosmic scale. The assembled Devas and Asuras searched throughout all the realms for a churning rod massive enough to stir the infinite depths of the Kshira Sagara. Their search led them to Mount Mandara, one of the most magnificent peaks in all of existence. This mountain possessed dimensions that challenged comprehension. Its base extended deep into the Earth's core, anchoring it to the fundamental structure of reality itself. Its peak pierced through multiple celestial spheres, reaching heights where the air itself became pure consciousness. Its slopes were covered with forests of divine trees whose fruits could satisfy any hunger and whose leaves could cure any disease. Sacred rivers flowed down its sides, their waters possessing healing properties that could restore youth and vitality to any who drank from them. Uprooting Mount Mandara proved to be the first major challenge of the project. The mountain's roots extended through multiple dimensional layers, connecting it to the very foundations of material existence. Combined teams of Devas and Asuras applied their collective strength to this task, using divine weapons and magical techniques to sever the mountain's connections to its original location. The process required careful coordination to prevent cosmic damage from the sudden removal of such a massive geographical feature. Earthquakes rippled across multiple worlds as the mountain began to shift. Tidal waves swept across cosmic oceans as the gravitational balance of entire galaxy clusters was disrupted. Stars flickered and dimmed as the energy required for the uprooting drew power from the very fabric of space-time. But finally, with a sound like the birth cry of a universe, Mount Mandara was freed from its earthly foundations. The mountain rose into the cosmic void, its surface gleaming with deposits of precious metals and gems that had formed over cosmic ages. Its temples and hermitages, where great sages had performed austerities for thousands of years, radiated spiritual energy that enhanced the mountain's natural power. Transporting Mount Mandara to the cosmic ocean required the combined efforts of the most powerful beings from both divine and demonic realms. Garuda, Vishnu's eagle mount, provided aerial support, his wings spanning distances measured in light years. Massive serpents from the underworld realms helped guide the mountain's movement through space, their coils wrapping around its base to provide stability during the journey. The procession became a spectacular display of cosmic power as the mountain moved slowly across the heavens. Its passage created new star formations as the gravitational disturbances triggered the collapse of cosmic dust clouds. Entire galaxy clusters shifted their positions to accommodate the mountain's trajectory. The journey itself became a legend that would be told throughout all the ages to come. Upon reaching the Kshira Sagara, the next challenge involved securing Mount Mandara in position for the churning process. The mountain needed to remain perfectly vertical and stable throughout the churning, requiring a foundation capable of supporting its immense weight while allowing for rotational movement. The ocean's surface, though composed of divine consciousness rather than ordinary water, could not provide adequate support for such a massive object without additional reinforcement. This critical problem found its solution through Vishnu's direct intervention. The Supreme Preserver, recognizing that the success of the entire undertaking depended upon providing stable support for the churning rod, agreed to manifest in a form specifically designed for this purpose. His consciousness began to shift, to expand, to transform in ways that defied the normal limitations of even divine existence. The transformation began with Vishnu's meditation deepening to levels that transcended normal divine consciousness, allowing his awareness to merge completely with the cosmic need for stability and support. His dark blue skin began to develop the textured patterns characteristic of turtle shells, while his limbs restructured themselves to provide maximum stability and strength. His size increased exponentially, growing larger with each passing moment until his shell alone measured thousands of miles in diameter. This was Kurma, the cosmic turtle, Vishnu's second avatar manifestation, a form specifically designed to serve as the foundation for the greatest collaborative effort in cosmic history. Kurma's emergence from the depths of the Kshirosagar created massive waves that rippled across dimensional boundaries, announcing the beginning of the great churning to all corners of existence. The turtle's ancient eyes, each the size of small planets, reflected wisdom accumulated over cosmic ages as they surveyed the assembled armies of devas and asuras. His massive flippers moved with deliberate grace, positioning his shell with mathematical precision to provide optimal support for the churning rod. The shell's surface developed intricate geometric patterns that channeled and distributed the mountain's weight evenly, preventing any structural damage to the cosmic ocean's delicate balance. With the foundation secured, the next requirement was a churning rope of sufficient length and strength to wrap around Mount Mandara and provide the pulling force necessary for rotation. The search for such a rope led to Vasuki, the king of all serpents, whose body possessed the unique combination of flexibility and strength necessary for the churning process. Vasuki ruled over all serpentine creatures throughout the universe, commanding respect from both divine and demonic forces. His length extended for thousands of miles when fully stretched, his scales gleaming with metallic luster that reflected the light of distant stars. His hood expanded to create a canopy that could shelter entire cities, while his eyes burned with inner fire that could peer through any illusion or deception. The Serpent King agreed to serve as the churning rope, understanding that his participation in this cosmic undertaking would bring honor to his entire race. He wrapped his massive body around Mount Mandara, his coils providing the grip necessary for the pulling motions that would set the mountain spinning. The practical arrangement of forces around Mount Mandara revealed the strategic thinking behind Vishnu's plan. The Devas, following subtle divine guidance, positioned themselves at Vasuki's tail end, while the Asuras eagerly claimed the honor of holding the serpent's head. This arrangement appeared to favor the demons, as holding the head traditionally signified leadership and dominance. The Asuras congratulated themselves on their negotiating skills, unaware that they had actually accepted the more dangerous position. For as the churning began, the wisdom of this arrangement became apparent. Vasuki's breathing, intensified by the physical exertion of serving as a churning rope, produced clouds of poisonous vapor from his mouth and nostrils. These toxic fumes, lethal to most forms of life, flowed directly toward the Asuras holding his head. The demons found themselves constantly exposed to this poisonous atmosphere, which gradually weakened their strength and clouded their judgment throughout the churning process. The Devas positioned at the serpent's tail remained largely protected from these toxic effects, while maintaining their full strength and mental clarity. The actual churning process began with coordinated pulling motions that set Mount Mandara spinning on Kurma's shell. The mountain's rotation created massive whirlpools in the cosmic ocean, as its lower slopes cut through the milk-like substance of the Kshira Sagara. The churning motion generated tremendous friction that heated the ocean's surface, causing steam clouds of pure consciousness to rise into the cosmic atmosphere. As the churning continued, the ocean began to change color and consistency. The initial pure white of the milk gradually developed swirls of gold and silver as deeper layers of the ocean were brought to the surface. Occasional flashes of brilliant light erupted from the churning area, as particularly powerful substances were disturbed from their resting places in the ocean's depths. The sound of the churning process created a cosmic rhythm that resonated throughout multiple dimensions, alerting all conscious beings to the unprecedented event taking place. This rhythm became the heartbeat of creation itself, a pulse that synchronized the activities of countless worlds and beings who paused in their daily routines to witness the greatest collaborative effort in cosmic history. But the first treasure to emerge from the churned ocean was not the Amrita that all parties sought. Instead, from the depths of the cosmic sea rose Halahala, a poison so potent that its mere presence threatened to destroy all creation. This dark green substance bubbled to the surface with an ominous, hissing sound, its toxic vapor spreading rapidly through the cosmic atmosphere. Unlike ordinary poisons that affected only living beings, Halahala possessed the power to corrupt the fundamental forces that maintained cosmic stability, threatening to unravel the very fabric of existence. The emergence of this cosmic poison created immediate panic among both Devas and Asuras, as neither side had anticipated such a dangerous byproduct of their churning efforts. The poison's expansion accelerated rapidly, forming clouds that began to envelope entire celestial realms. Plants withered instantly upon contact with these vapors, while even the most powerful divine beings felt their strength draining away as the toxic influence spread. Stars began to dim as the poison reached the heavens. Planets wobbled in their orbits as the gravitational constants that held them in place were corrupted by the toxic influence. The very laws of physics began to break down as Halahala's corruption spread through the fundamental structure of reality. In this moment of universal crisis, when all of creation stood on the brink of annihilation, only one being possessed the power necessary to contain the cosmic poison. Shiva, the great destroyer, recognizing that Halahala's unchecked spread would terminate the current cosmic cycle prematurely, intervened directly to prevent universal catastrophe. The Lord of Destruction descended from his meditation on Mount Kailash, his third eye blazing with the fire that could consume worlds. But this was not a moment for destruction. This was a moment for the ultimate sacrifice, a demonstration of the profound love that even the destroyer held for creation. Shiva approached the expanding cloud of poison, his form growing larger with each step until he towered over the cosmic ocean itself. With a single motion, he gathered the entire quantity of Halahala into his hands, compressing it into a sphere of concentrated toxicity that pulsed with malevolent energy. And then, before the assembled Devas and Asuras, before the watching eyes of countless beings throughout all the world, Shiva raised the poison to his lips and drank. The effect was immediate and devastating. The poison's corruption began to spread through Shiva's divine form, threatening to destroy even the destroyer himself. His skin began to darken, his eyes began to dim, his consciousness began to fragment under the assault of the most toxic substance in all of existence. But Parvati, Shiva's consort, rushed to her husband's side. With a grip born of divine love and desperate determination, she pressed her hands against Shiva's throat, preventing the poison from descending into his body, where it would complete its destructive work. The poison remained trapped in Shiva's throat, turning his neck permanently blue, creating the distinctive mark that would identify him throughout all future cosmic cycles. This transformation represented more than cosmetic change. The held poison created a constant burning sensation that Shiva would endure eternally as his contribution to cosmic preservation. This sacrifice, this willingness to accept eternal suffering for the sake of creation, demonstrated that even the force of destruction served the purposes of preservation when Dharma demanded it. Shiva's blue throat became a symbol of the ultimate sacrifice, a reminder that the maintenance of cosmic order sometimes required divine beings to accept burdens that would crush any lesser consciousness. With the immediate crisis resolved, the churning resumed with renewed vigor. The Devas and Asuras, sobered by their brush with universal annihilation, returned to their positions and began pulling once more. The rhythm of the churning re-established itself, and the cosmic ocean began yielding its treasures. The next emergence was Kaustubha, a magnificent gem of unparalleled brilliance that rose from the churned waters like a captured star. This jewel possessed consciousness of its own, and immediately flew to adorn Vishnu's chest, recognizing its destined owner. The gem's radiance illuminated the entire cosmic scene, its light revealing hidden aspects of reality normally invisible even to divine perception. Then came Parijata, the divine tree whose flowers never wilted and whose fragrance could be detected across cosmic distances. This celestial plant possessed the unique ability to fulfill any desire of those who approached it with pure intentions. Its roots immediately sought soil in the heavenly realms, while its branches extended to provide shade and comfort for divine beings. Surabhi, the divine cow capable of producing unlimited quantities of milk, butter, and other dairy products, emerged from the ocean with gentle lowing that created harmonious vibrations throughout the cosmic atmosphere. This sacred animal represented the principle of abundance and nurturing that supported all life forms. Her milk possessed healing properties that could cure any disease, while her mere presence brought prosperity and fertility to any location she inhabited. Ukaishravas, the magnificent white horse with wings that could travel faster than thought itself, emerged from the churning with a neigh that echoed across multiple dimensions. This divine steed possessed the ability to fly through space and time, making it the perfect mount for beings who needed to travel vast cosmic distances instantly. Airavata, the white elephant who would become Indra's mount, emerged with trumpeting calls that announced his cosmic significance. This massive creature possessed 4 tusks and could fly through the heavens with grace that belied his enormous size. His emergence symbolized strength, wisdom, and royal authority, making him the perfect companion for the king of the Devas. As these preliminary treasures emerged and were distributed among the participants, anticipation grew for the appearance of the ultimate prize. But the ocean had one more surprise in store before revealing its greatest treasure. From the churning waters rose a figure of such transcendent beauty that both Devas and Asuras stopped their work to stare in amazement. Lakshmi emerged from the cosmic ocean, seated upon a fully bloomed lotus, her golden skin radiating warmth and prosperity throughout the cosmic scene. Her appearance marked not just the emergence of another treasure, but the manifestation of cosmic abundance itself. 4 elephants accompanied her, each carrying vessels of pure water with which they performed her ceremonial bath, establishing her divine status before the assembled multitudes. The goddess wore garments that seemed woven from condensed starlight, while jewels of incredible value adorned her neck, arms, and hair. Her 4 hands held symbols of her cosmic functions, lotus flowers representing purity and spiritual growth, and streams of gold coins flowing endlessly from her palms to demonstrate unlimited abundance. Lakshmi's emergence created immediate competition between Devas and Asuras, as both sides recognized her fundamental importance to cosmic prosperity. However, the goddess herself resolved this potential conflict by moving directly toward Vishnu, recognizing her eternal cosmic partner despite his current manifestation as the turtle Kurma. Her choice established the divine partnership that would govern prosperity and preservation throughout the cosmic cycle, ensuring that abundance would support dharmic principles rather than chaotic forces. The union of Vishnu and Lakshmi represented the marriage of preservation and prosperity, the joining of protection and abundance, the cosmic partnership that would sustain all existence through the ages to come. With Lakshmi's emergence and her union with Vishnu accomplished, the churning process reached its climactic phase. The ocean's depths had been thoroughly stirred, bringing forth all the preliminary treasures and establishing the cosmic relationships necessary for the final revelation. The assembled Devas and Asuras renewed their churning efforts with desperate intensity, knowing that the Amrita must soon appear and that its possession would determine the cosmic balance for ages to come. The rhythm of the churning accelerated, the mountains spinning faster, the ocean frothing with increasing violence as the final treasure prepared to emerge from its hiding place in the cosmic depths. And then, rising from the churned waters like the dawn of a new age, came Dhanvantari, the divine physician, holding in his hands a golden pot that contained the most precious substance in all of existence, the Amrita, the nectar of immortality. The moment the pot appeared above the surface of the cosmic ocean, chaos erupted. The Asuras, their greed overwhelming whatever judgment remained after their exposure to Vasuki's poison, rushed forward to seize the nectar. Their superior numbers and physical strength allowed them to snatch the pot from Dhanvantari's hands before the Devas could react. The demons retreated with their prize, their laughter echoing across the cosmic ocean as they congratulated themselves on their victory. They had worked alongside their enemies, endured the poison of the serpent's breath, and now they would claim the ultimate reward. Immortality would be theirs, and with it, the power to finally defeat the Devas and establish their dominion over all of creation. But Vishnu had foreseen this moment. The supreme preserver, still maintaining his form as Kurma beneath the churning mountain, allowed a smile to cross his ancient features. The Asuras' greed had led them exactly where he wanted them. Now it was time for the final phase of his plan. As the demons gathered to distribute the Amrita among themselves, a figure of extraordinary beauty appeared in their midst. This was Mohini the Enchantress, a female form that Vishnu had assumed specifically for this moment. Her beauty was beyond description, beyond comparison, beyond anything the Asuras had ever witnessed in all their cosmic conquests. The demons stopped their quarreling and stared in stunned silence as Mohini approached them with a smile that promised pleasures beyond imagination. Her movements were hypnotic, her voice was intoxicating, her presence was overwhelming. The Asuras found themselves unable to think, unable to act, unable to do anything except gaze upon this vision of perfect feminine beauty. "Why do you quarrel among yourselves?" Mohini asked, her voice like honey mixed with moonlight. "Let me distribute the nectar fairly, so that each of you receives your proper share." The Asuras, their judgment completely clouded by desire, agreed without hesitation. They handed over the pot of Amrita to this beautiful stranger, trusting her completely despite having no idea who she was or where she had come from. Mohini arranged the Devas and Asuras in two separate lines, promising to serve each group in turn. She began with the Devas, pouring generous portions of Amrita into their waiting cups. The celestial beings drank deeply, feeling the nectar's power flowing through their divine forms, granting them the immortality that would ensure their eternal existence. But when Mohini reached the Asuras' line, she began to move more slowly, to pour more carefully, to engage each demon in conversation that distracted them from noticing that their cups remained empty. Her enchantment was so complete that the Asuras did not realize they were being deceived until the last drop of Amrita had been consumed by the Devas. One Asura, however, had seen through the deception. Rahu, a demon of exceptional cunning, had disguised himself as a Deva and taken his place in the celestial line. He had drunk the Amrita before Mohini could stop him, and the nectar had already begun its work of granting immortality. But Surya, the sun god, and Chandra, the moon god, recognized Rahu's true nature and alerted Vishnu to the deception. The supreme preserver, still in his Mohini form, drew the Sudarshana chakra and hurled it at the demon with perfect accuracy. The divine discus severed Rahu's head from his body just as the Amrita reached his throat. The nectar had granted immortality to his head, but not to his body, creating a unique situation in cosmic history. Rahu's head survived as an immortal being, forever seeking revenge against the sun and moon who had exposed his deception. This was the origin of eclipses, as Rahu's immortal head periodically swallowed the sun and moon in his eternal quest for vengeance. But because his throat was severed, the celestial bodies always escaped, emerging from the other end of his neck to resume their courses across the heavens. The Asuras, realizing they had been tricked, flew into a rage and attacked the Devas with renewed fury. But the celestial beings, now empowered by the Amrita's immortality, easily defeated their enemies. The demons were driven back to their underworld realms, their dreams of cosmic domination shattered by Vishnu's superior strategy. The churning of the cosmic ocean had accomplished its purpose. The Devas had gained immortality, ensuring their ability to maintain cosmic functions throughout all future ages. The treasures that had emerged from the ocean had been distributed according to dharmic principles, with each item finding its proper place in the cosmic order. And Vishnu had demonstrated once again that preservation sometimes required not direct confrontation but subtle manipulation of circumstances to ensure that righteousness ultimately triumphed. Kurma, his work complete, began to transform back into Vishnu's usual form. The cosmic turtle's shell gradually softened, his flippers reformed into divine arms, his ancient eyes regained their characteristic depth of compassion and wisdom. Mount Mandara was returned to its original location, its roots re-establishing their connection to the fundamental structure of reality. The Kshirasagara gradually calmed, its surface returning to the mirror-like perfection that had characterized it before the churning began. But the ocean was changed, its depths now empty of the treasures that had accumulated over countless cosmic cycles. A new age had begun, an age in which the Devas would reign supreme and Dharma would flourish throughout all the worlds. Yet Vishnu knew that this victory, like all victories, was temporary. The Asuras would recover from their defeat, would develop new strategies, would launch new assaults against the cosmic order. The eternal struggle between divine and demonic forces would continue, requiring new interventions, new avatars, new demonstrations of the Supreme Preserver's commitment to maintaining Dharma. But for now, there was peace. For now, there was celebration. For now, the forces of righteousness had triumphed, and the universe could continue its journey toward the ultimate realization of consciousness's divine nature. The churning of the cosmic ocean had established a fundamental pattern that would govern Vishnu's relationship with the material world throughout cosmic history. The great god's willingness to manifest as Kurma, the cosmic turtle, demonstrated a principle that would become central to his preserving function: the ability to descend into material form whenever cosmic circumstances demanded direct divine intervention. This concept of avatar, literally meaning descent, represented Vishnu's unique commitment to maintaining Dharma through personal involvement in worldly affairs. Unlike other deities who typically maintain their distance from material entanglements, Vishnu recognized that effective cosmic preservation sometimes required abandoning the comfort of transcendent realms and accepting the limitations of physical embodiment. Each avatar manifestation involved a conscious reduction of his infinite powers to levels appropriate for specific cosmic challenges, while simultaneously maintaining sufficient divine capability to address threats that ordinary beings could not overcome. The avatar principle operated according to precise cosmic laws that determined when, where, and in what form Vishnu would manifest. These appearances followed patterns established at the beginning of creation, with each avatar designed to address particular types of cosmic imbalances. The 10 primary avatars, known collectively as the Dashavatara, represented the most significant of these divine interventions, each one appearing at critical junctures when the survival of Dharma itself hung in the balance. And as the cosmic cycles continued their eternal progression, as new threats emerged and new challenges arose, Vishnu remained ever vigilant, ever ready to descend once more into the material world, ever committed to the preservation of Dharma and the protection of all beings who sought refuge in his eternal grace. The cosmic cycles turned like the wheel of a great chariot, each rotation bringing new ages, new challenges, new tests of the eternal order that Vishnu had sworn to protect. The victory at the churning of the ocean had established the Deva supremacy, but the forces of chaos never rested, never ceased their efforts to undermine Dharma and plunge creation into darkness. In the depths of the cosmic ocean, far below the surface where the churning had taken place, a demon of terrible power had been watching, waiting, planning. His name was Hayagriva, and his form was that of a horse-headed monster whose intelligence matched his physical strength. Unlike the Asuras who had been defeated at the churning, Hayagriva understood that true power lay not in physical conquest but in the control of knowledge itself. For countless ages, Hayagriva had studied the cosmic order, learning its secrets, identifying its vulnerabilities. He had discovered that all of creation depended upon the Vedas, the sacred texts that contained the fundamental principles for maintaining cosmic stability. These texts were not merely books of religious instruction, but the actual blueprints of reality, the cosmic code that determined how matter behaved, how energy flowed, how consciousness evolved toward its ultimate realization. Without the Vedas, the universe would lose its coherence. Stars would forget their courses, seasons would lose their sequence, life forms would dissolve into chaos. The very laws of physics that held atoms together and kept planets in their orbits were encoded in these sacred texts. Whoever controlled the Vedas controlled reality itself. And so Hayagriva conceived a plan of such audacious evil that even the other demons recoiled from its implications. He would steal the Vedas from Brahma himself, hiding them in the deepest trenches of the cosmic ocean, where no divine being could find them. Without these essential teachings, the current creation cycle would collapse into chaos and ignorance, and from that chaos, Hayagriva would build a new order with himself as supreme ruler. The demon waited for the perfect moment, watching Brahma's activities with the patience of one who had eternity to accomplish his goals. That moment came during one of the Creator's rare periods of rest, when his consciousness withdrew from active creation to regenerate the energies necessary for continued cosmic work. As Brahma slept, the Vedas emerged from his mouth in the form of his breath, manifesting as streams of golden light that contained all the wisdom of creation. Hayagriva struck with lightning speed, his horse-headed form moving through the cosmic waters with supernatural grace. He seized the Vedas in his powerful jaws and dove toward the ocean's depths, disappearing into regions so dark and so deep that even divine perception could not penetrate them. The effect was immediate and catastrophic. Throughout all the worlds, the fundamental principles that maintained order began to break down. The sun's chariot wobbled in its course, causing days to lengthen and shorten unpredictably. The seasons lost their rhythm, bringing winter in the midst of summer and drought during the monsoon. Living beings forgot their dharmic duties, acting according to impulse rather than principle. But the worst was yet to come. The cosmic waters, no longer governed by the laws encoded in the Vedas, began to rise. This was not an ordinary flood, but a deluge of cosmic proportions. Waters that carried within them the accumulated negativity from countless violations of Dharma. These waters possessed conscious malevolence, actively seeking to destroy everything that remained of the ordered creation. The flood rose higher with each passing moment, submerging continents, drowning civilizations, erasing the accumulated achievements of countless ages. The waters were toxic, poisoning any land they touched, corrupting any life form that came into contact with them. Traditional methods of flood control proved utterly inadequate against waters that possessed supernatural persistence and malevolent intelligence. In this dual crisis of stolen wisdom and cosmic deluge, Vishnu recognized that direct intervention was necessary, but the nature of the threat required a form specifically adapted to aquatic existence, a manifestation that could navigate the supernatural floodwaters while possessing the strength and intelligence necessary to recover the stolen Vedas and defeat their demonic captor. And so Vishnu began his transformation into Matsya, the divine fish, his first avatar manifestation in the current cosmic cycle. The process began with his consciousness expanding to encompass the specific needs of the situation, adapting to aquatic existence while retaining all necessary divine powers. His form shifted, elongated, developed the streamlined shape necessary for movement through water. Scales emerged across his skin, each one gleaming like polished gold in the dim light that filtered through the floodwaters. His size increased exponentially, until his length measured thousands of miles, making him the largest creature ever to exist in any ocean throughout all of cosmic history. Matsya's fins possess the power to create massive currents capable of altering the flow of entire cosmic rivers. His eyes burned with divine intelligence that could penetrate the darkest depths of the supernatural flood. His mouth contained teeth sharp enough to cut through any material, while his horn, a single spiral projection from his forehead, served as both weapon and tool for the tasks ahead. But before pursuing Hayagriva, Matsya had another crucial mission to accomplish. Somewhere in the rising waters, a single human being had received divine warning of the approaching catastrophe, and had prepared accordingly. This was Manu, the progenitor of human civilization, whose wisdom and righteousness had earned him the privilege of preserving the seeds of future creation through the deluge. Manu had constructed a massive vessel, an ark designed to preserve representatives of all life forms throughout the flood period. Into this ship, he had gathered samples of every species, seeds of every plant, texts of every teaching that humanity had developed throughout its existence. The ark represented the accumulated wisdom and biological diversity of an entire cosmic age, a treasure beyond price that must be preserved if creation was to continue after the waters receded. But Manu's human limitations left him helpless against the supernatural aspects of the flood. His ship was sturdy, but it could not navigate waters that actively sought to destroy it. His provisions were adequate, but they could not protect against the toxic influence of the flood's malevolent consciousness. He needed divine assistance, and Matsya had come to provide it. The divine fish found Manu's ark struggling against currents that threatened to capsize it, waves that rose like mountains to crash down upon its deck, whirlpools that opened beneath it to drag it down into the depths. Matsya approached the vessel with gentle movements that belied his enormous size, his golden scales reflecting what little light penetrated the storm clouds that covered the entire sky. "Fear not, righteous one," Matsya spoke, his voice resonating through the water and air alike. "I am Vishnu, come to preserve you and your precious cargo through this time of destruction. Attach your vessel to my horn, and I will guide you safely through the flood until the waters recede and creation can begin anew." Manu, recognizing the divine nature of this miraculous fish, prostrated himself on the deck of his ark. With trembling hands he took a rope woven from the strongest fibers known to humanity and attached it to Matsya's horn. But this was no ordinary rope. As it touched the divine fish, it transformed into Vasuki, the cosmic serpent who had served as the churning rope during the ocean's agitation. This connection provided not only physical towing power, but also spiritual protection against the corrupting influence of the floodwaters. A bubble of dharmic purity formed around the vessel, repelling the toxic energies that sought to poison its inhabitants. Within this protective sphere, Manu and his passengers could survive indefinitely, sustained by divine grace rather than material provisions. The journey through the cosmic deluge tested both Matsya's divine powers and Manu's human faith. The flood possessed malevolent intelligence that manifested as massive whirlpools designed to drag them down, sudden directional changes intended to disorient them, and attacks by aquatic demons who served the forces of cosmic destruction. These demons had been awakened by the flood's chaotic energies, creatures of nightmare that had slumbered in the ocean's depths since the beginning of creation. They rose now to feast upon the destruction, their forms twisted combinations of fish, serpent, and monster that defied natural classification. Their eyes glowed with hunger as they circled Manu's ark, waiting for an opportunity to breach the protective barrier and devour the precious cargo within. Matsya's responses to these challenges revealed the tactical brilliance that characterized all of Vishnu's avatar manifestations. Rather than engaging each demon individually, he used the water's own currents and pressures against the attacking forces. His massive tail created counter-currents that swept the demons away, while his fins generated pressure waves that stunned them into temporary paralysis. When direct combat became necessary, Matsya's horn proved to be a weapon of devastating effectiveness. Its spiral shape allowed it to pierce through any armor, while its divine nature meant that wounds inflicted by it could not heal through demonic regeneration. The demons learned to fear the golden fish, retreating to safer distances whenever his horn turned in their direction. But the most critical phase of the rescue operation involved recovering the stolen Vedas from Hayagriva's underwater stronghold. The demon had constructed an elaborate fortress in the ocean's deepest trenches, protected by layers of illusion and guarded by armies of aquatic monsters. The darkness at these depths was absolute, a blackness so complete that even divine perception struggled to penetrate it. Matsya descended into these abyssal regions, his golden scales providing the only light in a realm that had never known illumination. The pressure at these depths would have crushed any ordinary creature, but the divine fish moved through it as easily as through surface waters. His eyes, adapted to function in absolute darkness, detected the subtle disturbances in the water that revealed Hayagriva's location. The demon's fortress was a masterpiece of evil architecture, its walls constructed from compressed darkness and its gates guarded by creatures that existed only in the nightmares of the most disturbed minds. Hayagriva had spent ages preparing this stronghold, confident that no divine being would ever find it, much less breach its defenses. But Hayagriva had not anticipated Matsya. The divine fish approached the fortress with a combination of stealth and overwhelming power that the demon's defenses could not counter. The guardian creatures, terrifying as they were, proved no match for a being whose consciousness encompassed the entire cosmic ocean. Matsya dispatched them with efficient brutality, his horn and teeth working in perfect coordination to clear a path to the fortress's heart. The battle with Hayagriva himself revealed the Avatar's capacity for righteous fury when dharmic principles faced direct assault. The demon's horse-headed form provided advantages in underwater combat, his equine features allowing for rapid movement and powerful attacks in the aquatic environment. His intelligence, honed over countless ages of study and planning, enabled him to anticipate many of Matsya's tactics and prepare appropriate counters. The combat raged through the fortress's corridors, each combatant seeking advantage in an environment that favored neither. Hayagriva's knowledge of the deep ocean's geography allowed him to lead Matsya through treacherous passages where currents and pressure differentials created natural traps. But the divine fish's cosmic awareness enabled him to sense these dangers before they could prove fatal, turning the demon's traps against him. The decisive moment came when Matsya managed to corner Hayagriva in the chamber where the stolen Vedas were hidden. The sacred texts glowed with golden light even in this realm of absolute darkness, their divine nature refusing to be completely suppressed by their demonic captor. The sight of them filled Matsya with renewed determination, reminding him of what was at stake in this battle. Hayagriva, recognizing that escape was impossible, launched a final desperate attack. His horse-headed form charged at Matsya with all the speed and power he could muster, his teeth bared to tear at the divine fish's golden scales. But Matsya was ready. His movements through the water created vortexes that disrupted Hayagriva's charge, while his horn positioned itself for the precise strike that would end the demon's threat to cosmic knowledge. The horn pierced Hayagriva's chest with a sound like thunder in the deep, the spiral shape drilling through demonic flesh and bone to reach the evil heart within. The demon's eyes widened in disbelief as he felt his immortal life draining away, his carefully laid plans collapsing around him, like his fortress would soon collapse without his power to maintain it. "How?" Hayagriva gasped, his voice bubbling through the water. "I had planned for everything. I had anticipated every possibility. How could you defeat me?" Matsya's response carried the weight of cosmic truth. "You planned according to your own understanding, which was limited by your demonic nature. You could not comprehend that Dharma is not merely a set of rules to be circumvented, but the fundamental structure of reality itself. By stealing the Vedas, you did not gain power over creation. You merely ensured your own destruction, for no being can long survive in opposition to the cosmic order." With those words, Matsya withdrew his horn, and Hayagriva's form dissolved into the darkness from which it had emerged. The demon's fortress began to crumble, its walls of compressed darkness dispersing now that the will that had maintained them was gone. But Matsya had already secured the Vedas, gathering the sacred texts in his massive mouth with a gentleness that belied his enormous size. Recovery of the Vedas required more than simple retrieval, as the sacred texts had been corrupted by their exposure to demonic influence and needed purification before they could safely guide future civilization. Matsya performed this cleansing through a complex process that involved exposing the texts to purified cosmic waters while chanting mantras that restored their original spiritual potency. The purification took time, but time moved differently in the cosmic ocean's depths. What seemed like ages to mortal perception was merely moments in the divine fish's experience. When the process was complete, the Vedas glowed with renewed brilliance, their golden light piercing through the darkness to illuminate the entire abyssal region. Matsya ascended from the depths, carrying the restored Vedas back toward the surface where Manu's ark still floated under Vasuki's protection. The journey upward was easier than the descent had been, as if the ocean itself recognized that the divine fish carried treasures essential for creation's continuation and cleared a path for his passage. The reunion with Manu marked the beginning of the flood's end. With the Vedas restored, the cosmic order began to reassert itself. The water's malevolent consciousness faded as the laws that governed their behavior were re-established. The toxic influence that had poisoned the flood began to neutralize, transforming the destructive deluge into the purifying waters that would prepare the earth for new creation. Matsya guided Manu's ark to the peak of a mountain that had remained above the floodwaters throughout the deluge. This was Mount Meru, the cosmic axis around which all creation revolved, the one point of stability in a universe that had been reduced to chaos. Here, Manu and his passengers would wait until the waters receded completely, then descend to repopulate the purified earth with the life forms they had preserved. Before departing, Matsya delivered the restored Vedas to Manu, entrusting the progenitor of humanity with the sacred knowledge that would guide future civilization. Guard these teachings well, the divine fish instructed. They contain not merely religious wisdom, but the fundamental principles that maintain cosmic order. As long as humanity preserves and follows these teachings, Dharma will flourish, and creation will continue its journey toward ultimate realization. Manu accepted this sacred trust with the solemnity it deserved, understanding that the responsibility he had been given extended far beyond his own lifetime. The Vedas would be transmitted from generation to generation, their teachings adapted to changing circumstances, while their essential truths remained constant. This transmission would continue throughout all future ages, ensuring that the wisdom Matsya had rescued from Hayagriva's clutches would never again be lost. The successful completion of Matsya's mission established several important precedents for future avatar manifestations. The rescue of both Manu and the Vedas ensured that dharmic knowledge would survive into the next cosmic cycle. The defeat of Hayagriva demonstrated Vishnu's willingness to engage in direct combat when peaceful solutions proved inadequate. The fish avatar's ability to operate effectively in an alien environment showed that divine consciousness could adapt to any circumstances necessary for cosmic preservation. As the floodwaters continued to recede, Matsya began his transformation back into Vishnu's usual form. The golden scales gradually softened, the fins reformed into divine arms, the horn retracted into the forehead that would bear the mark of divine wisdom. The cosmic fish had served its purpose, and now the supreme preserver would return to his eternal vigilance, watching over creation from his throne in Vaikuntha, ready to descend again whenever Dharma required his direct intervention. The earth that emerged from the receding waters was transformed, purified by the flood's passage, ready to support new forms of life and new civilizations that would build upon the foundations Manu had preserved. The cosmic cycle continued its eternal progression, moving toward new challenges that would require new forms of divine intervention. But for now, there was renewal. For now, there was hope. For now, the forces of chaos had been defeated, and creation could continue its journey toward the ultimate realization of consciousness's divine nature. The first avatar had accomplished his mission, but the story was far from over. 9 more descents awaited, each one designed to address specific threats to cosmic order, each one demonstrating different aspects of Vishnu's infinite capacity for preservation and protection. The wheel of time turned, and the ages continued their eternal dance, and through it all, the eternal guardian watched, waited, and prepared for the next moment, when his intervention would be required to maintain the delicate balance between creation and destruction, between order and chaos, between dharma and adharma. The cosmic cycles progressed, and new creation emerged from the purified waters that Matsya had helped to cleanse. Civilizations rose upon the renewed earth, their inhabitants guided by the Vedic wisdom that Manu had preserved through the Great Flood. For countless ages, Dharma flourished, and the balance between divine and demonic forces remained stable. But in the depths of the cosmic ocean, where Hayagriva had once hidden the stolen Vedas, another demon had been watching, learning, planning. His name was Hiranyaksha, which meant golden-eyed, and his ambitions exceeded even those of his predecessor. Where Hayagriva had sought to control knowledge, Hiranyaksha sought to control existence itself by removing the very foundation upon which all life depended. Hiranyaksha had spent ages developing powers that allowed him to manipulate the fundamental forces of material existence. Through severe austerities performed in the darkest corners of the underworld, he had gained strength sufficient to move objects of planetary size. His golden eyes could see through any material obstruction, penetrating the densest matter as easily as ordinary eyes penetrated air. His body had become virtually impervious to conventional weapons and magical attacks, hardened by the cosmic energies he had absorbed during his millennia of preparation. But most significantly, Hiranyaksha had developed an understanding of cosmic geography that exceeded that of most divine beings. He knew the hidden pathways between dimensions, the secret currents that flowed through the cosmic ocean, the locations where reality was thin enough to be manipulated by those with sufficient power and knowledge. The demon's plan was elegantly simple in its conception, but catastrophic in its implications. He would drag the entire Earth into the depths of the cosmic ocean, hiding it where the life-giving rays of the sun could not reach its surface. Without Earth's stable foundation, no life forms could establish themselves, no civilizations could develop, and no spiritual practices could be performed. The demon's strategy represented an assault on creation itself, seeking to prevent the manifestation of any dharmic activity by removing the physical basis necessary for its expression. Hiranyaksha understood that Earth served as the primary arena where the cosmic struggle between dharma and adharma played out through the actions of countless individual beings. By removing this crucial battleground, he hoped to prevent the forces of righteousness from gaining the foothold necessary for cosmic influence. His plan demonstrated sophisticated strategic thinking that recognized Earth's central importance in the cosmic scheme, despite its relatively small size compared to other celestial bodies. The attack came without warning. One moment, Earth orbited peacefully in its appointed course, its inhabitants going about their daily activities unaware of the doom that approached. The next moment, massive claws of solidified darkness erupted from the ground, wrapping around the planet's core with a grip that no natural force could break. Hiranyaksha rose from the depths of the cosmic ocean, his golden eyes blazing with triumph as he beheld his prize. The demon's form was massive, his body stretching across distances that dwarfed the planet he had captured. His laughter echoed through the heavens as he began to drag Earth downward, pulling it away from the sun's warmth, away from the light that sustained all life upon its surface. The inhabitants of Earth experienced this catastrophe as a series of increasingly severe natural disasters. Earthquakes shook every continent as the planet's crust strained against the forces pulling it from its orbit. Tidal waves swept across coastlines as the oceans responded to the changing gravitational conditions. The sky darkened as Earth moved away from the sun, temperatures plummeting toward levels that would soon make life impossible. Prayers rose from countless temples, countless homes, countless hearts that recognized this disaster as something beyond natural explanation. The Devas, observing from their celestial realms, watched in horror as one of the most important planets in creation disappeared into the cosmic depths. They turned to Vishnu, knowing that only the Supreme Preserver possessed the power to rescue Earth from Hiranyaksha's clutches. Vishnu, observing the situation from his throne in Vaikuntha, recognized that this crisis required a form specifically adapted to the challenges it presented. The rescue mission would require the ability to navigate the cosmic ocean's depths, to locate Earth among the vast expanses where Hiranyaksha had hidden it, and to lift an entire planet from the supernatural forces that held it captive. The form that emerged from Vishnu's meditation was unlike any that had manifested before. This was Varaha, the cosmic boar, a creature whose very nature was designed for the tasks of searching, finding, and lifting. The boar's snout could detect the faintest traces of Earth's spiritual emanations, even when buried under cosmic ages of oceanic debris. Its tusks could penetrate any material obstruction and provide the leverage necessary for planetary extraction. Its body possessed the strength to carry the weight of an entire world. The transformation began with Vishnu's consciousness expanding to encompass the specific needs of the cosmic situation. His divine form gradually shifted as tusks emerged from his mouth, growing to lengths measured in thousands of miles and developing the hardness necessary to penetrate any material obstruction. His snout extended and strengthened to provide the sensitive detection capabilities needed to locate Earth among the vast expanses of cosmic ocean. His legs developed the massive muscles required for swimming through supernatural waters, while his body increased exponentially in size, reaching dimensions appropriate for planetary rescue operations. His bristles became as hard as diamond and as sharp as divine weapons, providing both protection and offensive capability during underwater combat. His eyes adapted to function in the absolute darkness of the ocean's deepest regions, while his lungs developed the capacity to hold breath for cosmic ages if necessary. Varaha's emergence from Vaikuntha created shockwaves that rippled through multiple dimensions, announcing to all of existence that the Supreme Preserver had descended once more to protect Dharma. The cosmic boar dove into the Kshirosagar with a splash that created waves reaching the shores of distant galaxies, his massive form disappearing into depths that had never been explored by any being, divine or demonic. The search for the hidden Earth required systematic exploration of ocean regions that had never been disturbed since the beginning of creation. These ancient depths contained accumulated sediments from countless cosmic cycles, creating layers of material that obscured normal perception and frustrated conventional search methods. The Avatar's boar nature proved essential for this investigation, as his snout could detect Earth's distinctive spiritual emanations even when buried under cosmic ages of oceanic debris. But Hiranyaksha had not simply hidden the Earth. He had actively worked to disguise its spiritual signature and confuse any potential rescuers. Multiple false locations had been prepared, each containing enough earthly material to mislead casual investigation, while lacking the true spiritual essence that characterized the genuine planet. These decoys were scattered throughout the cosmic ocean's depths, each one designed to waste the time and energy of anyone searching for the real Earth. Varaha's divine nature allowed him to distinguish between these deceptions and the real Earth, but only after extensive investigation that tested even his cosmic patience. Each false location had to be examined, its nature determined, its position noted for future reference. The demon's cunning had created a maze of misdirection that would have defeated any lesser being. The search took ages by mortal reckoning, though time moved differently in the cosmic ocean's depths. Varaha swam through regions of absolute darkness where no light had ever penetrated, through zones of crushing pressure that would have destroyed any physical form not sustained by divine power, through currents of chaotic energy that sought to tear apart any organized structure that entered their flow. And finally, after what seemed like an eternity of searching, Varaha's snout detected the unmistakable spiritual signature of the genuine Earth. The planet had been hidden in the deepest trench of the cosmic ocean, a location so remote that even the demon had struggled to reach it. Hiranyaksha had established his stronghold around the captive world, surrounding it with layers of defensive fortifications and armies of aquatic monsters. When Varaha finally located the genuine Earth, he discovered that Hiranyaksha had not merely hidden it, but had begun a process of spiritual corruption designed to make the planet unsuitable for dharmic life. Dark energies had been systematically introduced into Earth's fundamental structure, creating zones of spiritual toxicity that would poison any righteous activities attempted on its surface. The rescue operation therefore required not only physical recovery, but also spiritual purification of the entire planetary system. Varaha would need to defeat Hiranyaksha, extract Earth from its prison, cleanse it of demonic corruption, and return it to its proper orbit, all while preventing the demon from escaping to cause further destruction. The confrontation with Hiranyaksha occurred in the ocean's deepest trenches, where the demon had established his stronghold around the captive Earth. The battle took place in an environment where normal physical laws operated differently, where the immense pressure and supernatural darkness created conditions that favored the demon's aquatic adaptations. Hiranyaksha's golden eyes provided perfect vision in the absolute darkness, while his familiarity with the deep ocean environment gave him significant tactical advantages. He had spent ages preparing this battlefield, positioning traps and obstacles that would hamper any attacker while leaving his own movements unimpeded. "So the preserver has come at last," Hiranyaksha sneered, his voice carrying through the water with supernatural clarity. "I wondered how long it would take for you to find my hiding place. But you are too late. Earth has already begun its transformation. Soon it will be completely corrupted, unsuitable for any dharmic purpose. And there is nothing you can do to stop it." Varaha's response was not words but action. With a roar that shattered the demon's confidence, the great boar charged. Their battle shook the very foundations of existence. Mountains crumbled, oceans boiled, stars flickered and died as these two cosmic forces collided in combat that would determine the fate of all creation. For 1,000 years they fought. Hiranyaksha was powerful beyond measure, his golden form seemingly invincible. But Varaha fought not for glory, not for power, but for love. Love for the Earth, love for all the beings who called her home, love for the cosmic order that sustained all existence. And in the end, love proved stronger than gold. With a final, devastating blow, Varaha struck down the demon. Hiranyaksha's golden form shattered like glass, his essence dispersing into the cosmic void from which he had drawn his power. The threat was ended. The Earth was saved. But Varaha's work was not yet complete. Gently, so gently, the great boar lifted the Earth upon his mighty tusks. Through the cosmic waters he carried her, ascending from the depths of the universal ocean toward her rightful place in the heavens. As they rose, the Earth began to heal. The wounds inflicted by Hiranyaksha's violence slowly closed. Mountains reformed. Rivers found their courses. Life, which had cowered in fear during the demon's reign, began to stir once more. When at last Varaha placed the Earth in her proper orbit, a great sigh of relief echoed through all the realms. The cosmic order was restored. The balance was maintained. And the beings of Earth, though they would never fully understand the sacrifice made on their behalf, could once again live in peace. Varaha stood for a moment, gazing upon the world he had saved. In his eyes was not pride but something deeper, a profound tenderness for this small blue world and all its inhabitants. Then, his mission complete, the great boar began to fade, his form dissolving back into the infinite consciousness of Vishnu. But before he vanished entirely, Varaha spoke one final truth: "I will always come." Whenever darkness threatens to consume the light, whenever evil seeks to destroy the good, whenever the cosmic order trembles on the brink of collapse, I will always come. For this is my eternal promise. This is my sacred vow. This is the nature of divine love." And with those words, the third avatar returned to the cosmic ocean of consciousness, leaving behind a world renewed, a universe restored, and a promise that would echo through all eternity. In the aftermath of Hiranyaksha's defeat, a shadow fell across the demon realms. Hiranyakashipu, brother to the fallen golden-eyed demon, learned of his sibling's death and felt something break within his heart. Where once there had been ambition, now there was only rage. Where once there had been cunning, now there was only hatred. And where once there had been a demon of considerable power, now there arose a being consumed entirely by the desire for vengeance. "Vishnu," Hiranyakashipu whispered, and the name was poison on his lips. "You have taken my brother. You have destroyed my blood. For this I will make you suffer. For this I will become so powerful that even you, preserver of worlds, will tremble before me." And so began a penance that would shake the very foundations of creation. Hiranyakashipu traveled to the highest peak of the highest mountain in all the realms. There, standing upon stone that had never known the touch of any living being, he began to meditate. But this was no meditation of peace, no contemplation of cosmic truth. This was meditation as weapon, concentration as conquest, spiritual practice twisted into a tool of domination. For years beyond counting, Hiranyakashipu stood motionless, his body withered. His flesh fell away. His bones became visible beneath skin stretched thin as parchment. But still he meditated, his will focused with terrible intensity on a single goal: power beyond all power, strength beyond all strength, invincibility beyond all challenge. The heat of his concentration grew so intense that it began to affect the cosmic order itself. The gods in their celestial realms felt the temperature rising. The stars in their courses began to waver. The very fabric of reality started to warp and bend around this single point of concentrated will. Brahma, the creator, watched with growing concern. He knew that such intense penance could not be ignored. The laws of the universe demanded that sincere spiritual practice be rewarded, regardless of the practitioner's intentions. And Hiranyakashipu's practice, though born of hatred, was undeniably sincere. Finally, after eons of meditation, Brahma descended to the mountain peak. The Creator's four faces gazed upon the withered form of the Demon King, and in his eyes was a mixture of admiration and apprehension. "Hiranyakashipu," Brahma spoke, his voice carrying the weight of cosmic authority. "Your penance has moved the very heavens. Ask what you will, and if it is within my power to grant, it shall be yours." The demon's eyes opened, eyes that had been closed for longer than civilizations had existed. In their depths burned a fire that had nothing to do with spiritual illumination and everything to do with consuming rage. "I want immortality," Hiranyakashipu declared. "I want to be beyond death itself." Brahma shook his forehead slowly. "That I cannot grant. All things that are born must eventually die. This is the fundamental law of existence, and even I, the Creator, cannot break it." A lesser being might have despaired, but Hiranyakashipu's cunning had not been entirely consumed by his rage. His mind, sharpened by eons of concentration, quickly found another path. "Then grant me this," the demon said, his voice carrying the weight of carefully considered words. "Let me not be killed by any being created by you. Let me not die inside any residence or outside any residence. Let me not die during the day or during the night. Let me not be killed by any weapon. Let me not die on the ground or in the sky. Let me not be killed by any human, god, demon, or animal." Brahma considered these requests. They were clever, impossibly clever. They seemed to cover every possible avenue of death while technically not asking for immortality. But the laws of the universe were clear. Sincere penance must be rewarded. So be it, Brahma declared, and with those words, power beyond imagination flooded into Hiranyakashipu's withered form. The demon's body transformed. Flesh returned to his bones, but not ordinary flesh. This was flesh harder than diamond, stronger than the foundations of mountains. His eyes blazed with golden fire, echoing his fallen brother's gaze but burning with even greater intensity. His form grew until he towered over the mountain that had been his meditation seat. Hiranyakashipu threw back his head and laughed, and his laughter shook the stars in their courses. Now, he roared, now let Vishnu come. Let the preserver try to preserve anything against my might. I am beyond death. I am beyond defeat. I am beyond all limitation. And with those words, the demon king descended from his mountain to claim dominion over all creation. The conquest that followed was swift and terrible. Hiranyakashipu's power was beyond anything the universe had ever witnessed. Gods fell before him like wheat before a scythe. Celestial armies scattered at his approach. Even the mightiest warriors of heaven could not stand against a being who could not be killed by any weapon, who could not die by any conventional means. Within a cosmic eye blink, Hiranyakashipu had conquered all three worlds. The heavens belonged to him. The earth trembled beneath his feet. Even the underworld acknowledged his supremacy. He installed himself in the palace of Indra, king of the gods, and declared himself the supreme being of all existence. There is no god but me, Hiranyakashipu proclaimed. Vishnu is a myth, a story told to comfort the weak. I am the only reality. I am the only power. All beings will worship me, and me alone. His decree went forth across all the realms. Temples to the gods were torn down. Prayers to Vishnu were forbidden on pain of death. The very name of the preserver became a whispered secret, spoken only in the darkest corners by the bravest souls. And for a time it seemed that Hiranyakashipu had achieved the impossible. He had conquered creation itself. He had made himself supreme over all that existed. He had, in his own mind at least, proven himself greater than the gods themselves. But the universe has a way of balancing itself, and the instrument of that balance was growing even now, in the most unlikely of places, within Hiranyakashipu's own household. Prahlada was born to Hiranyakashipu and his queen Kayadu during the height of the demon king's power. From the moment of his birth, there was something different about this child. While other demon children delighted in cruelty and destruction, Prahlada was gentle. While his peers learned the arts of war and conquest, Prahlada sat in quiet contemplation. And while the entire universe trembled before his father's might, Prahlada felt no fear, only a deep, abiding peace. The source of this peace was a secret that Prahlada carried in his heart. During his mother's pregnancy, while Hiranyakashipu was still engaged in his terrible penance, Kayadu had taken shelter in the ashram of the sage Narada. There, surrounded by the peaceful vibrations of spiritual practice, the unborn Prahlada had absorbed teachings that would shape his entire existence. Narada had spoken of Vishnu, not as a distant deity to be feared or appeased, but as the loving heart of all existence. He had described the preserver's infinite compassion, his eternal presence in all things, his promise to always protect those who took shelter in him. And Prahlada, still in his mother's womb, had listened with the ears of his soul and believed with the faith of the innocent. When Prahlada was old enough to speak, his first word was not father or mother, but Narayana, one of the sacred names of Vishnu. Hiranyakashipu, hearing this, felt a chill run down his spine despite his invincible form. But he dismissed it as childish babbling, confident that proper education would soon correct his son's confusion. He was wrong. The finest demon teachers were brought to instruct Prahlada in the ways of power and conquest. They taught him that might makes right, that the strong should dominate the weak, that his father was the supreme being of all existence. Prahlada listened politely to all their lessons, and then, when asked to demonstrate his learning, he would speak only of Vishnu. "The Lord is everywhere," Prahlada would say, his young voice carrying a conviction that made his teachers uncomfortable. "He is in the fire and in the water. He is in the earth and in the sky. He is in my Father's heart, though my Father does not know it. And he is in my heart, where I feel his presence always." The teachers reported this to Hiranyakashipu with trembling voices. The demon king's rage was terrible to behold. His own son, his own blood, worshipping the enemy he had sworn to destroy. It was unthinkable. It was unbearable. It was a challenge to everything Hiranyakashipu had built. "Bring him to me," the demon king commanded, and his voice was cold as the void between stars. Prahlada was brought before his father's throne. The boy showed no fear, only a serene acceptance that seemed to infuriate Hiranyakashipu even more than defiance would have. "My son," the demon king said, forcing his voice to remain calm, "I have heard disturbing reports about your beliefs. Tell me, who do you think is the greatest being in all existence?" Prahlada's answer was immediate and unwavering. "Vishnu, Father. Lord Vishnu is the greatest being, for he is the source of all existence, the sustainer of all worlds, and the ultimate refuge of all souls." Hiranyakashipu's calm shattered. "Vishnu?" he roared, "that powerless pretender? I have conquered his followers. I have torn down his temples. I have made the very gods bow before me, and you dare to say he is greater than your own father?" "Father," Prahlada replied gently, "your power is great, but it is borrowed power, granted by Brahma and sustained by the cosmic order that Vishnu maintains. Without Vishnu, there would be no universe for you to conquer, no power for you to wield, no existence for you to dominate. He is not your enemy. He is the very ground upon which you stand." The demon king's response was not words, but violence. He struck his son with a blow that would have shattered mountains, but Prahlada merely stumbled, then straightened, his faith unshaken. "Kill him." Hiranyakashipu commanded his guards. "Use every method at your disposal. I want this traitor dead." What followed was a series of attempted murders that would have been horrifying if they had not been so consistently miraculous. Prahlada was thrown from cliffs, but he floated gently to the ground. He was cast into fires, but the flames became cool as moonlight around him. He was thrown into the ocean, but the waters parted to let him breathe. He was trampled by elephants, but their feet became soft as flower petals. He was bitten by venomous serpents, but their poison became nectar in his veins. Through it all, Prahlada never stopped chanting the names of Vishnu. Through it all, his faith never wavered. Through it all, he continued to proclaim that the Lord was everywhere, in everything, protecting all who took shelter in him. Hiranyakashipu watched these failures with growing desperation. His invincible power, which had conquered all three worlds, could not kill one small boy. His might, which had made the gods themselves tremble, was helpless against the simple faith of his own son. Finally, driven beyond all reason by rage and frustration, Hiranyakashipu confronted Prahlada one last time. "You say your Vishnu is everywhere," the demon king snarled. "You say he is in all things." "Yes, Father," Prahlada replied calmly. "He is in all things, at all times, in all places." Hiranyakashipu pointed to a massive pillar in his throne room. "Is he in this pillar?" "Yes, Father, he is in the pillar." "Then let him come out and save you." Hiranyakashipu roared, and with all his cosmic might, he struck the pillar. What happened next would be remembered for all eternity. The pillar exploded, but what emerged was not stone fragments or dust. What emerged was something that had never existed before and would never exist again. A form that was neither fully human nor fully animal, neither god nor demon nor any created being. Narasimha. The fourth avatar of Vishnu stood revealed, and his form was terror incarnate. His body was that of a man, massive and powerful beyond description, but his head was that of a lion, with a mane of fire and eyes that blazed with the light of 1,000 suns. His claws were longer than swords, sharper than any weapon ever forged, and his roar shook the foundations of all three worlds. Hiranyakashipu, for the first time in eons, felt fear. What are you?" the Demon King stammered. Narasimha's answer was a roar that contained all the fury of cosmic justice too long delayed. He seized Hiranyakashipu in his mighty arms, and the Demon King, for all his invincible power, could not break free. "You cannot kill me," Hiranyakashipu screamed. "I cannot be killed by any being created by Brahma." "I was not created by Brahma," Narasimha growled. "I emerged from a pillar, self-manifested, beyond all creation. I cannot die inside or outside any residence." Narasimha carried the struggling demon to the threshold of the palace, placing him on the doorstep, neither inside nor outside. "I cannot die during day or night." The moment was twilight, the boundary between day and night, belonging to neither. "I cannot be killed by any weapon." Narasimha raised his claws, not weapons forged, but natural extensions of his divine form. "I cannot die on the ground or in the sky." Narasimha placed Hiranyakashipu across his lap, neither on the ground nor in the sky. "I cannot be killed by human, god, demon, or animal." Narasimha was none of these. He was something entirely new, a form that existed outside all categories, created specifically to end the existence of one who thought himself beyond ending. And then, with claws that burned with the fire of divine justice, Narasimha tore Hiranyakashipu apart. The Demon King's death was not quick, it was not merciful. It was the release of eons of accumulated cosmic imbalance, the correction of a universe that had been forced out of alignment by one being's overwhelming pride. Hiranyakashipu's screams echoed through all the realms, and when they finally fell silent, the universe itself seemed to exhale in relief. But Narasimha's fury was not yet transformation. The avatar's physical form may have left the world, suffering, but his presence remains under Hiranyakashipu's in the hearts of his devotees. In the words of the Gita, in the eternal dance of Radha and Krishna, that continues in the spiritual realm of Goloka, more enemies to destroy. To this day, the millions themselves Hare Krishna mantra, fearing that this terrible form might turn its wrath upon them, promised to always be present for those who love him. The boy walked calmly toward the raging avatar and showed no fear of the teachings as relevant now as they were on the battlefield. He prostrated himself before Narasimha and began to sing echoes in the hearts of all who seek the divine through love. So filled with love and devotion was not merely an avatar through the avatar's fury like sunlight through storm clouds. He was the revelation of the divine as friend, gradually as lover, Narasimha's the intimate companion of every soul. The fire in his eyes God is not distant or fearsome, but terrible form eased, and waiting always for the devotee's call. He saw not a monster ready always to dance in the but the loving face of the Lord he had always known was there. Narasimha placed his massive paw gently on Prahlada's head. "Ask for any boon, my child. Your faith has moved even my heart." Prahlada's request was not for wealth or power or even for his own liberation. "Lord," he said, "please forgive my father. He acted out of ignorance and pain. Please grant him liberation that his soul might find the peace it never knew in life." Narasimha smiled, a sight that transformed his terrible visage into something beautiful beyond description. "Your father has already been liberated, child. In the moment of his death, he saw my true form. That vision alone is enough to free any soul from the cycle of rebirth. He is at peace now, merged with the cosmic consciousness from which all beings emerge and to which all beings return." And with those words, Narasimha began to fade, his terrible form dissolving back into the infinite light of Vishnu's consciousness. But before he vanished entirely, he spoke one final truth. Remember this, all who witness, pride is the greatest demon, and it dwells not in distant realms but in the heart of every being. When pride grows beyond all bounds, when ego convinces itself that it is greater than the cosmic order, then I will come, not in anger, but in love. Not to destroy, but to liberate. For even the proudest soul is still a soul, still a spark of the divine, still worthy of ultimate redemption. The pillars stood empty. The throne room was silent, and Prahlada, the boy whose faith had summoned an avatar, knelt in the fading twilight and wept, not tears of sorrow, but tears of joy for a universe restored to balance and a father finally at peace. Time flowed onward, as time always does, carrying the universe through cycles of creation and destruction, of rise and fall, of darkness and light. The memory of Narasimha's terrible justice faded into legend, and new powers arose to challenge the cosmic order. Among these powers was Bali, grandson of Prahlada and inheritor of the demon kingdom. But Bali was unlike his ancestors in one crucial way. He was genuinely virtuous, his rule was just, his generosity was legendary, his devotion to Dharma was sincere and unwavering. Under Bali's reign, the demon kingdom flourished as never before. The arts thrived, learning advanced, the people prospered. And Bali's power grew not through conquest or tyranny, but through the accumulated merit of countless righteous deeds. This presented the universe with an unusual problem. Bali's virtue was so great that it began to upset the cosmic balance in a way that no amount of evil ever had. His merit accumulated until it outweighed the combined virtue of all the gods. His power grew until even Indra, king of heaven, could not stand against him. And when Bali finally challenged the celestial realms, the gods found themselves facing an enemy they could not defeat, not because he was evil, but because he was too good. One by one, the heavenly kingdoms fell to Bali's righteous conquest. The gods fled their palaces, seeking refuge in the most remote corners of existence. Indra himself was forced to abandon his throne, watching helplessly as a demon, a virtuous demon, but a demon nonetheless, claimed dominion over the celestial realms. The cosmic order trembled, not because evil had triumphed, but because the balance between the realms had been disrupted. The gods were meant to rule heaven, demons were meant to rule their own domain. When these boundaries blurred, even through virtuous means, the stability of all existence was threatened. Aditi, mother of the gods, watched her children's exile with a heart heavy with sorrow. She had seen much in her eternal existence, the rise and fall of countless powers, the endless dance of cosmic forces, but never had she seen her children so thoroughly defeated by an enemy they could not hate. In her desperation, Aditi turned to the only power that could help, Vishnu himself. Her prayers rose through the cosmic layers like incense smoke, carrying her anguish and her hope to the ears of the Preserver. And Vishnu, who had never ignored a sincere prayer, heard her plea. Mother of the gods, Vishnu's voice resonated through Aditi's consciousness. Your children's exile pains me as it pains you. But Bali is no ordinary enemy. His virtue is genuine, his merit is earned. To simply destroy him would be to punish righteousness itself. Then what can be done, Lord? Aditi asked. Must my children wander in exile forever? No, Vishnu replied. There is a way, but it requires subtlety rather than force, wisdom rather than power. I will be born as your son, and through me, the balance will be restored, not by defeating Bali's virtue, but by revealing its limits. And so it was that Vishnu took his fifth avatar, not as a cosmic fish, or a mighty boar, or a terrible man-lion, but as something far more humble. He was born to Aditi as Vamana, a dwarf Brahmin of seemingly insignificant stature. Vamana's appearance was deliberately unremarkable. He was short, barely reaching the waist of an ordinary man. His body was that of a young Brahmin student, carrying only the simple implements of his caste, a wooden umbrella, a water pot, and a sacred thread. Nothing about him suggested cosmic power. Nothing about him hinted at divine origin, but in his eyes, for those who knew how to look, burned the same infinite light that had blazed in Matsya's gaze, that had shone from Kurma's shell, that had gleamed in Varaha's tusks, that had blazed in Narasimha's terrible visage. Vamana set out for Bali's kingdom, walking with the measured pace of a Brahmin on a sacred mission. News of his approach reached Bali's court, and the demon king, ever generous, ever hospitable, prepared to receive this humble visitor with all appropriate honors. When Vamana entered Bali's presence, the contrast could not have been more striking. Bali sat upon a throne that had once belonged to Indra himself, surrounded by the wealth of three worlds, radiating power that made the very air tremble. And before him stood a dwarf, small and seemingly powerless, asking nothing more than a moment of the great king's time. "Welcome, young Brahmin," Bali said, his voice warm with genuine hospitality. "My kingdom is honored by your presence. Tell me what brings you to my court. Whatever you need, whatever you desire, I will provide. This is my vow, and I have never broken it." Vamana smiled, a smile that seemed too knowing for such a young face. "Great king, your generosity is legendary throughout all the realms. I have heard that you have never refused a sincere request, that your charity knows no bounds." "This is true," Bali confirmed proudly. "Ask, and it shall be given." "Then I ask for something very small," Vamana said. "I am a simple Brahmin with simple needs. I require only a small piece of land on which to perform my rituals. Grant me land that I can cover in 3 steps, and I will be satisfied." Bali laughed, not mockingly, but with genuine amusement. 3 steps. "Young Brahmin, look around you. I am master of 3 worlds. I could give you kingdoms, continents, entire planets, and you ask for 3 steps of land." "3 steps is all I need, great king." "Then 3 steps you shall have," Bali declared. "I swear it by all that I hold sacred." But before Bali could complete his vow, a voice rang out in warning. Shukracharya, the guru of the demons and one of the wisest beings in existence, had recognized something in the dwarf's eyes that others had missed. "Stop, my king!" Shukracharya cried. "Do not complete this vow. This is no ordinary Brahmin. This is Vishnu himself, come in disguise to reclaim what you have taken from the gods." Bali paused, looking more closely at the small figure before him, and in that moment, he saw at the infinite depth, behind those seemingly innocent eyes, the cosmic power coiled within that diminutive form. But Bali was not afraid. He was not even angry. Instead, a strange peace settled over his features. "Guru," Bali said slowly, "you may be right. This may indeed be Vishnu in disguise. But consider if the Lord of all existence has come to my court as a humble petitioner. Is this not the greatest honor I could ever receive? If the preserver himself asks something of me, how can I refuse and still call myself generous? But he will take everything from you." Shukracharya protested. "Then let him take it," Bali replied. "Everything I have, I received through his grace. If he wishes to reclaim it, that is his right. And if my downfall comes through keeping my word to the Supreme Lord, then it is a downfall I will embrace with joy." Shukracharya argued further, but Bali's mind was made. He turned back to Vamana and completed his vow, pouring water over the dwarf's hands in the traditional gesture of gift-giving. "The land is yours, young Brahmin. Take your 3 steps. What happened next would be remembered as one of the most spectacular moments in cosmic history. Vamana began to grow. His small form expanded, stretching upward like a plant reaching for the sun. But this was no ordinary growth. This was the unfolding of infinite potential, the revelation of cosmic truth that had been hidden within a humble disguise. Within moments, Vamana's head had passed through the clouds. Within seconds more, it had pierced the boundary of the earthly realm. His body continued to expand, growing larger and larger until it filled the entire visible universe. This was Vishnu's cosmic form, the Vishvarupa, the universal body that contained all of existence within itself. In his hair were the stars, in his eyes were the sun and moon. His breath was the cosmic wind, his heartbeat was the pulse of time itself. Every god, every demon, every human, every animal, every plant, every atom of matter was contained within this infinite form. Bali watched in awe as the dwarf he had patronized revealed himself as the totality of existence. Vamana, now Vishnu in his full cosmic glory, lifted one foot and took his first step. That single step covered the entire earth, from the highest mountain to the deepest ocean, from the frozen poles to the burning equator. Every kingdom, every nation, every inch of terrestrial ground passed beneath that cosmic foot. The second step rose higher, covering the entire heavens, the celestial realms, the abodes of the gods, the cosmic planes that Bali had conquered. All of it was claimed in that single stride. The sun and moon passed beneath Vishnu's foot. The stars themselves were momentarily shadowed by his passing. 2 steps, and Bali had lost everything. The 3 worlds he had ruled were no longer his. The power he had accumulated through eons of righteous deeds had been reclaimed by its ultimate source. Vishnu looked down at Bali, so far down that the demon king appeared smaller than an atom, smaller than a thought, smaller than the smallest fraction of existence. Great king, Vishnu's voice resonated through all dimensions. You promised me 3 steps of land. I have taken 2, and with them I have reclaimed the earth and heavens. But I have 1 step remaining. Where shall I place it? Bali understood. He understood everything now. The cosmic game that had been played, the lesson that was being taught, the choice that lay before him. He could protest. He could argue that he had been tricked, that the terms of the agreement had been violated. He could rage against the unfairness of a god disguising himself to deceive a generous king, but Bali did none of these things. The ages turned, and the world changed. The great cosmic dramas of gods and demons gave way to a different kind of struggle. The struggle of humans against humans, of power against justice, of pride against dharma. In this age, the warrior caste had grown corrupt. The Kshatriyas, who were meant to protect the people and uphold righteousness, had instead become tyrants. They used their strength not to defend the weak but to oppress them. They wielded their weapons not against evil, but against anyone who dared to challenge their authority. Chief among these corrupt warriors was Kartavirya Arjuna, a king of seemingly limitless power. He possessed 1,000 arms, each capable of wielding a weapon with deadly skill. His armies were vast, his conquests were legendary, and his arrogance knew no bounds. Kartavirya Arjuna believed that his power made him supreme over all beings. He took what he wanted, destroyed what displeased him, and answered to no authority but his own desires. The people suffered under his rule, but they suffered in silence, for who could stand against a 1,000-armed king? In a humble ashram far from the centers of power, a child was born who would answer that question. His name was Parashurama, Rama with the axe. He was born to the sage Jamadagni and his wife Renuka, a Brahmin child in a Brahmin household. But from his earliest days, there was something different about this boy. While other Brahmin children studied scriptures and performed rituals, Parashurama was drawn to weapons. While his brothers sought knowledge through meditation, Parashurama sought it through martial training. His father, recognizing the unusual nature of his son, sent him to study under Shiva himself. The great destroyer, impressed by the boy's dedication and potential, taught him the arts of war that no mortal had ever mastered. And when Parashurama's training was complete, Shiva gave him a gift, an axe forged in the fires of cosmic destruction, capable of cutting through any substance, any defense, any enemy. Use this well, Shiva instructed. It is not a weapon of aggression but of justice. When the world falls out of balance, when the warriors forget their duty and become oppressors, this axe will restore what has been lost. Parashurama returned to his father's ashram, the divine axe hanging at his side. For a time, he lived in peace, helping his parents with the daily rituals, studying the scriptures, practicing his martial skills in solitude. He hoped that the axe would never need to be used, that the world would right itself without his intervention. But the world had other plans. Kartavirya Arjuna, in his endless wanderings of conquest, came upon Jamadagni's ashram. The king was tired and hungry, and he demanded hospitality from the sage. Jamadagni, as was proper for a Brahmin, welcomed the king and his retinue, offering them food and shelter. But Jamadagni possessed something that caught Kartavirya Arjuna's greedy eye. Kamadhenu, the divine cow who could grant any wish. With Kamadhenu's help, Jamadagni had fed the king's entire army from his humble ashram, producing feast after feast from seemingly nothing. "Give me that cow," Kartavirya Arjuna demanded. "Such a treasure is wasted on a simple Brahmin. It belongs in a king's palace. The cow is not mine to give," Jamadagni replied calmly. "She is a divine being who has chosen to stay with me. I cannot command her to go with you." Kartavirya Arjuna's response was swift and brutal. His soldiers seized Kamadhenu by force, dragging the divine cow away despite her protests. And when Jamadagni tried to intervene, the king's men struck him down, leaving the sage bleeding in the ruins of his ashram. Parashurama was away when this happened, gathering wood in the forest. When he returned and saw his father's broken body, saw the destruction of his home, heard the story of what had transpired, something changed within him. The peaceful Brahmin, who had hoped never to use his axe, was gone. In his place stood something else, an avatar of divine wrath, an instrument of cosmic justice, a force that would not rest until the balance was restored. Parashurama tracked Kartavirya Arjuna to his palace. The king laughed when he saw the lone Brahmin approaching his gates. What could one man do against 1,000 armed warriors surrounded by armies? The answer came in blood. Parashurama's axe sang through the air, and arms fell like leaves in autumn. The 1,000 arms that had terrorized nations were reduced to stumps in moments. Kartavirya Arjuna's armies fled in terror, as their invincible king was cut down by a single Brahmin with a single axe. When it was over, Parashurama stood alone in a palace painted red with royal blood. He had avenged his father. He had recovered Kamadhenu. Justice, it seemed, had been served. But the sons of Kartavirya Arjuna did not see justice. They saw only the murder of their father. And while Parashurama was away, returning Kamadhenu to the ashram, they gathered their forces and attacked. Jamadagni, still weak from his earlier wounds, could not defend himself. The princes cut him down without mercy, striking him again and again until the sage's body was unrecognizable. When Renuka found her husband's corpse, her screams of grief echoed through the forest. Parashurama heard those screams from miles away, and something within him shattered completely. What followed was not vengeance, it was apocalypse. Parashurama did not simply kill the sons of Kartavirya Arjuna, He killed every kshatriya he could find. His axe, tireless and terrible, carved a path of destruction across the entire world. Kings fell, armies were annihilated, entire dynasties were erased from existence. 21 times, Parashurama circled the earth. 21 times he cleansed the world of its corrupt warrior class. The rivers ran red with blood. The fields were fertilized with the bodies of the fallen. And still Parashurama's rage was not satisfied. He created 5 lakes filled with the blood of his enemies. The Samanta Panchaka, which would later become the site of the great Kurukshetra war. He offered the blood of countless kshatriyas as oblations to his father's spirit. He made the very earth tremble with the weight of his wrath. But even divine rage must eventually exhaust itself. After his 21st circuit of the earth, Parashurama stopped. He looked at his axe, still dripping with blood, and felt something he had not felt since his father's first wounding. Weariness. Not physical weariness, for his divine form knew no fatigue, but a weariness of the soul, a exhaustion born of endless killing. "What have I become?" he whispered to himself. "I set out to restore justice, and I have become the greatest killer the world has ever known. I sought to punish the corrupt, and I have corrupted myself with oceans of blood." The realization struck him like a physical blow. In his quest for vengeance, he had lost sight of Dharma itself. He had become the very thing he sought to destroy. A warrior who killed without discrimination, who answered every wrong with greater wrong. Parashurama sought out the sages, the wise ones who had survived his rampage. He confessed his sins, acknowledged his excess, and asked how he might atone for the rivers of blood he had spilled. The penance they prescribed was severe. Parashurama gave away all the land he had conquered, which was essentially the entire earth, to the Brahmin class. He retreated to the mountains, to a place where he could meditate on his actions and seek forgiveness from the cosmic order he had disrupted. But his story was not yet complete. Years later, a young prince came to the mountains seeking instruction in the arts of war. His name was Bhishma, and he would become one of the greatest warriors in history. Parashurama, recognizing something special in the young man, agreed to teach him. Later still, another student came, Drona, who would go on to train the Pandavas and Kauravas, whose conflict would reshape the world. Parashurama taught him as well, passing on the knowledge that Shiva had given him. And in his final act as an avatar, Parashurama would encounter Rama himself, the 7th avatar of Vishnu, the Prince of Ayodhya, who would become the very embodiment of dharmic kingship. When Parashurama challenged Rama, testing the young prince's worthiness, he found himself facing a power greater than his own. In that moment, Parashurama understood. His role was complete. The age of the warrior priest was ending. A new age was beginning, one that would require a different kind of hero, not a destroyer of corruption, but a builder of righteousness. Parashurama bowed to Rama, acknowledging the transfer of divine authority. Then he retreated to the mountains one final time, to meditate until the end of the current age. But the lesson of his avatar remained. Sometimes, the cosmos requires destruction before creation can begin anew. Sometimes, corruption grows so deep that only fire can cleanse it. And sometimes, even divine wrath must learn the limits of its own righteousness. Parashurama's axe still exists, they say, waiting in the mountains for the day when it might be needed again. And Parashurama himself still meditates, the immortal avatar who learned that justice without mercy is just another form of tyranny. In the age following Parashurama's cleansing, the world slowly healed. New kingdoms arose from the ashes of the old. New dynasties established themselves, hopefully wiser than their predecessors. And in the great city of Ayodhya, a king named Dasharatha ruled with justice and compassion. Dasharatha was old, and his one great sorrow was that he had no heir. His 3 queens, Kausalya, Kaikeyi, and Sumitra, had given him love and companionship, but no children. The king performed great sacrifices, seeking divine intervention, and the gods, moved by his devotion, granted his wish in spectacular fashion. From the sacrificial fire emerged a divine being, carrying a vessel of sacred payasam, a celestial pudding imbued with the essence of Vishnu himself. This payasam was divided among the 3 queens, and in time, each became pregnant. Kausalya, the eldest queen, gave birth to Rama. From the moment of his birth, there was something extraordinary about this child. His eyes held depths that seemed to contain universes. His smile brought peace to all who witnessed it. His very presence seemed to make the world a better place. Kaikeyi gave birth to Bharata, a prince of noble bearing and fierce loyalty. Sumitra gave birth to twins, Lakshmana and Shatrughna, who would prove to be devoted beyond measure to their elder brothers. But it was Rama who drew all eyes, who inspired all hearts, who seemed destined for greatness beyond ordinary measure. As he grew, his virtues multiplied. He was the perfect son, obedient and loving. He was the perfect student, mastering every art and science with ease. He was the perfect warrior, undefeated in combat, yet never cruel in victory. He was the perfect friend, loyal and true to all who knew him. When Rama came of age, the sage Vishwamitra arrived at Dasharatha's court with an unusual request. Demons were disrupting his sacred rituals, and he needed a warrior to protect him. Specifically, he needed Rama. Dasharatha was reluctant to send his beloved son into danger, but Vishwamitra insisted, and so Rama, accompanied by his devoted brother Lakshmana, set out on his first great adventure. The demons who had terrorized Vishwamitra's ashram were powerful beings. Tataka, a demoness of immense strength, and her sons Marika and Subahu. But Rama dispatched them with an ease that astonished even Vishwamitra. The young prince's arrows flew with perfect accuracy, guided by a skill that seemed more divine than human. Impressed by Rama's prowess, Vishwamitra led the brothers to the kingdom of Mithila, where King Janaka was holding a great contest. Janaka possessed a divine bow, the bow of Shiva himself, so heavy that no mortal could even lift it. The king had declared that whoever could string this bow would win the hand of his daughter Sita in marriage. Sita was no ordinary princess. She had been found as an infant in a furrow of the earth, a gift from the goddess herself. She had grown into a woman of extraordinary beauty and virtue, the perfect match for a perfect prince. When Rama entered the contest hall and saw Sita for the first time, something passed between them, a recognition that transcended this single lifetime, a connection that had existed since before the creation of the universe. For Sita was not merely a princess, she was Lakshmi herself, the eternal consort of Vishnu, incarnated to be with her lord in this mortal form. Rama approached the divine bow, where countless kings and warriors had failed even to move it. Rama lifted it with ease. He drew back the string, and the bow, unable to contain the divine power flowing through it, shattered with a sound like thunder. Sita placed the victory garland around Rama's neck, and in that moment, the universe itself seemed to celebrate. The perfect prince had found his perfect princess. The avatar had been reunited with his eternal beloved. The wedding of Rama and Sita was celebrated throughout the kingdom. Bharata married Mandavi, Lakshmana married Urmila, and Shatrughna married Shrutakirti, all daughters of Janaka's family. The 4 princes returned to Ayodhya with their brides, and the kingdom rejoiced. Years passed in happiness. Rama and Sita's love deepened with each passing day. Dasharatha, seeing his son's wisdom and virtue, decided it was time to crown Rama as his successor. The announcement was made, and all of Ayodhya prepared for the coronation. But fate, or perhaps divine plan, had other intentions. Kaikeyi, Bharata's mother, had once saved Dasharatha's life in battle. In gratitude, the king had promised her 2 boons to be claimed whenever she wished. For years, Kaikeyi had never used these boons, content in her position as beloved queen. But now, poisoned by the whispers of her jealous maidservant Manthara, she saw an opportunity. On the eve of Rama's coronation, Kaikeyi claimed her boons. For her first wish, she demanded that Bharata be crowned king instead of Rama. For her second, she demanded that Rama be exiled to the forest for 14 years. Dasharatha was devastated. He begged, he pleaded, he offered his own life in exchange. But Kaikeyi was unmoved, and the king was bound by his word. When Rama learned of the situation, his response revealed the depth of his character. There was no anger, no resentment, no attempt to fight the unjust decree. Instead, he calmly accepted his exile, seeing it as an opportunity to honor his father's word and demonstrate the true meaning of Dharma. A son's duty is to uphold his father's honor, Rama explained to those who urged him to resist. If my exile preserves my father's reputation as a man who keeps his promises, then my exile is a small price to pay. Sita insisted on accompanying her husband. Where you go, I go, she declared. The forest holds no terrors for me if you are there. And a wife's place is beside her husband, in palace or wilderness alike. Lakshmana, too, refused to be left behind. You are my brother and my lord, he told Rama. I will serve you in the forest as I would have served you in the palace. This is my dharma, and I will not abandon it. And so the 3 set out for the forest, leaving behind a kingdom in mourning and a king who would die of grief within days of their departure. The 14 years that followed were years of trial and transformation. Rama, Sita, and Lakshmana wandered through the great forests of India, living as ascetics, helping the sages who dwelt in those wild places, and confronting the demons who threatened the peace of the wilderness. It was during this exile that Rama's true nature as an avatar began to manifest more clearly. He defeated the demon Virata, who had terrorized the forest dwellers. He received divine weapons from the sage Agastya. He formed an alliance with Jatayu, the great eagle, who would later give his life trying to save Sita. But the greatest trial was yet to come. Ravana, the 10-headed king of Lanka, had heard of Sita's beauty and determined to possess her. He was the most powerful demon in existence, blessed with near invincibility by Brahma himself. His kingdom was a fortress of gold, protected by armies of Rakshasas. No god or demon had ever successfully challenged his might. Through trickery and deception, Ravana kidnapped Sita, carrying her across the ocean to his island kingdom. Rama's anguish at losing his beloved was terrible to witness. The perfect prince, who had accepted exile without complaint, who had faced every hardship with equanimity, was brought to his knees by the loss of his wife. But anguish transformed into determination. Rama would find Sita, Rama would rescue her, and Rama would destroy the demon who had dared to take her. The search led Rama and Lakshmana to Kishkinda, the kingdom of the Vanaras, the monkey people. There, Rama formed an alliance with Sugriva, the Vanara king, and met Hanuman, the greatest of all the monkey warriors. Hanuman was no ordinary Vanara. He was the son of the wind god, possessed of strength and abilities that rivaled the gods themselves. More importantly, he was a devotee of Rama, of such pure and absolute faith that nothing was impossible for him. It was Hanuman who leaped across the ocean to Lanka, a distance that no other being could have crossed. It was Hanuman who found Sita in Ravana's garden, assuring her that rescue was coming. It was Hanuman who, when captured by Ravana's forces and his tail set on fire, used that fire to burn half of Lanka to the ground. And it was Hanuman who returned to Rama with the news that Sita was alive, that she was faithful, that she was waiting for her Lord to come for her. The war that followed was the greatest conflict the world had ever seen. Rama's army of Vanaras faced Ravana's legions of Rakshasas. The battlefield shook with the clash of cosmic powers. Heroes fell on both sides. Miracles and horrors occurred in equal measure. Rama faced Ravana's greatest warriors one by one. Kumbhakarna, Ravana's giant brother, who slept for 6 months at a time, was awakened to fight and was slain by Rama's arrows. Indrajit, Ravana's son who had once defeated Indra himself, fell to Lakshmana after a battle that lasted days, and finally Rama faced Ravana himself. The battle between Rama and Ravana was the clash of dharma and adharma, of righteousness and evil, of divine purpose and demonic pride. Ravana was powerful beyond measure, his 10 heads giving him knowledge of all the Vedas, his 20 arms wielding weapons that could destroy worlds. But Rama fought with something Ravana could never possess, the power of perfect righteousness. In the end, Rama's arrow, blessed by Brahma himself, pierced Ravana's heart. The demon king fell, and with his fall, an age of terror came to an end. Sita was rescued, the lovers were reunited, and Rama, his exile complete, returned to Ayodhya to claim his rightful throne. The coronation of Rama was celebrated not just in Ayodhya, but throughout all the realms. Gods descended from heaven to witness it. Sages emerged from their meditations to bless it. Even the demons, freed from Ravana's tyranny, acknowledged the righteousness of Rama's rule. And for a time, a golden time that would be remembered forever as Rama Rajya, the world knew perfect peace. Under Rama's rule, there was no poverty, no disease, no injustice. The rains came when they were needed. The harvests were always abundant. Parents never had to mourn children, for no one died before their time. This was the promise of the Avatar fulfilled, not just the defeat of evil, but the establishment of a world where good could flourish. Rama showed humanity what was possible when a ruler embodied Dharma completely, when power was wielded with wisdom and compassion, when the king truly served his people rather than himself. But even Rama Rajya could not last forever. The world is not meant for permanent perfection. That would eliminate the need for growth, for struggle, for the spiritual evolution that is the purpose of existence. And so, in time, Rama's earthly mission came to an end. The circumstances of that ending were painful. Rumors spread about Sita's purity during her captivity in Lanka. Though Rama knew his wife was innocent, he also knew that a king must be above suspicion. With a heartbreaking, he sent Sita away, choosing his duty to his people over his love for his wife. Sita, pregnant with Rama's twins, took shelter in the ashram of the sage Valmiki. There she gave birth to Lava and Kusha, who would grow to be great warriors and poets, and there she waited, faithful to the end, for the day when she might be reunited with her Lord. That day came, but not as anyone expected. When Rama finally acknowledged his sons and asked Sita to return, she chose instead to return to her mother, the earth itself. The ground opened beneath her feet, and Sita descended into the embrace of the goddess who had given her birth, leaving behind a world that had never fully appreciated her sacrifice. Rama ruled for many more years, but the joy had gone out of his existence. When at last his time came, he walked into the Sarayu River, allowing its waters to carry him back to the cosmic ocean, from which all avatars emerge, and to which all avatars return. But the story of Rama did not end with his departure. It lived on in the hearts of all who heard it, inspiring countless generations to strive for Dharma, to honor their commitments, to love faithfully, and to rule justly. The Ramayana, the story of Rama's journey, became one of the most beloved texts in human history, translated into every language, adapted into every art form, cherished by billions across thousands of years. and in temples throughout the world, devotees still chant Rama's name, finding in those two syllables a peace that transcends all understanding. For Rama was not just a king or a hero or even an avatar. He was the demonstration of human potential perfected, the proof that divinity can walk in mortal form, the eternal reminder that Dharma, though difficult, is always possible. The ages continued their eternal dance, and the world changed once more. The golden age of Ramaraja faded into memory, replaced by an era of increasing complexity and moral ambiguity. The clear distinctions between good and evil that had characterized Rama's time became blurred. Heroes were flawed. Villains had sympathetic motivations, and the path of Dharma, once straight and clear, became a labyrinth of competing duties and impossible choices. Into this complicated world, Vishnu sent his most beloved avatar, Krishna, the dark-skinned god who would become the friend of humanity, the lover of souls, the teacher of the ultimate truth. Krishna's birth was surrounded by prophecy and danger. The tyrant Kamsa, king of Mathura, had received a divine warning that his sister Devaki's 8th child would be his destroyer. In his fear, Kamsa imprisoned Devaki and her husband Vasudeva, killing each of their children as they were born. But when the 8th child came, when Krishna entered the world, the universe itself conspired to protect him. The prison guards fell into enchanted sleep. The chains binding Vasudeva fell away. The doors of the prison opened of their own accord, and Vasudeva, carrying the newborn Krishna in a basket, walked out into a night of miraculous storm. The Yamuna River, swollen with monsoon rains, parted to let them pass. The great serpent Shesha rose from the waters to shelter the divine child from the rain. And in the village of Gokul, Vasudeva exchanged Krishna for the newborn daughter of Nanda and Yashoda, simple cowherds who would raise the god as their own son. When Kamsa learned that the 8th child had escaped, his rage knew no bounds. He sent demon after demon to Gokul, each tasked with killing the infant Krishna. But each demon met the same fate: destruction at the hands of a baby who was far more than he appeared. Putana, the demoness who tried to poison Krishna with her breast milk, was instead drained of her life force. Trinavarta, the whirlwind demon, was crushed by the weight of the infant he tried to carry away. Shakatasura, who possessed a cart to crush the child, was kicked into oblivion by tiny feet that contained the power of the cosmos. As Krishna grew, his divine nature manifested in increasingly spectacular ways. He lifted the massive Govardhan mountain on a single finger to shelter his village from Indra's wrathful storms. He danced on the heads of the serpent Kaliya, purifying the Yamuna river of the snake's poison. He multiplied himself into countless forms to dance simultaneously with all the gopis, the cowherd women who loved him with a devotion that transcended ordinary affection. The gopis' love for Krishna was not ordinary romantic love. It was bhakti, pure devotional love that sought nothing for itself, that found complete fulfillment in the beloved's happiness. When Krishna played his flute in the moonlit forests of Vrindavan, the gopis would leave everything, their homes, their families, their duties, to dance with him in the Rasa Lila, the divine dance that symbolized the soul's eternal longing for union with the divine. Radha was the greatest of the gopis. Her love for Krishna so intense that it became the very definition of devotional passion. Their relationship was not about physical union, but about the complete merging of the devotee's consciousness with the divine. Radha and Krishna were two, and yet one, separate and yet inseparable, the eternal lovers whose dance continues in the hearts of all who seek the divine. But Krishna's mission was not only to inspire devotion. He had come to restore Dharma in an age when Dharma itself had become confused, and the greatest test of that mission would come on the battlefield of Kurukshetra. The Mahabharata, the great epic of the Bharata dynasty, tells the story of a family torn apart by jealousy, ambition, and the failure to uphold righteousness. The Pandavas, 5 brothers born of divine fathers, were the rightful heirs to the throne of Hastinapura. But their cousins, the Kauravas, led by the envious Duryodhana, conspired to steal their inheritance. Through years of exile, humiliation, and failed attempts at peace, the conflict between the Pandavas and Kauravas escalated until war became inevitable. And when the two armies finally faced each other on the field of Kurukshetra, Krishna was there, not as a warrior, for he had vowed not to fight, but as the charioteer of Arjuna, the greatest archer among the Pandavas. It was in this role that Krishna delivered his most important teaching. As the two armies prepared for battle, Arjuna asked Krishna to drive their chariot between the opposing forces. There, seeing his own relatives, teachers, and friends arrayed against him, Arjuna was overcome with despair. "I cannot do this," Arjuna declared, lowering his bow. "These are my kinsmen, my gurus, my loved ones. What victory could be worth their deaths? What kingdom could compensate for such slaughter? I would rather die unarmed than kill those I love." Krishna's response to Arjuna's crisis became the Bhagavad Gita, the Song of God, one of the most profound spiritual texts ever composed. "You grieve for those who should not be grieved for," Krishna began, "yet you speak words of wisdom. The truly wise grieve neither for the living nor for the dead. There was never a time when I did not exist, nor you, nor any of these kings, nor will there be a time when we cease to exist." Krishna explained the nature of the eternal soul, the Atman that is never born and never dies, that cannot be cut by weapons, or burned by fire, or wetted by water, or dried by wind. The body is merely a garment that the soul wears and discards, lifetime after lifetime. To grieve for the death of the body is to grieve for the changing of clothes. But Krishna did not stop at metaphysics. He addressed Arjuna's specific situation as a warrior, explaining the concept of svadharma, one's own duty based on one's nature and position in society. "Considering your own duty, you should not waver," Krishna said. "For a warrior, there is nothing more auspicious than a righteous war. Such a war is an open door to heaven. But if you refuse to fight this righteous battle, you will abandon your duty and your honor, and you will incur sin." This teaching was revolutionary. Krishna was not saying that war is good or that killing is desirable. He was saying that when one's duty requires action, even difficult, painful action, refusing to act is itself a form of violence against the cosmic order. But the deepest teaching of the Gita went beyond duty. Krishna revealed the path of karma yoga, action without attachment to results. You have the right to action alone, never to its fruits, Krishna taught. Let not the fruits of action be your motive, nor let your attachment be to inaction. Perform your duty established in yoga, abandoning attachment, and be even-minded in success and failure. This evenness of mind is called yoga. This was the secret to liberation while still engaged in the world. One did not need to renounce action, to flee to the forest, to abandon one's responsibilities. One needed only to act without selfish attachment, offering all actions to the divine, accepting all results as divine grace. Krishna then revealed the paths of knowledge, jnana yoga, and devotion, bhakti yoga, showing that there were multiple ways to reach the same ultimate truth. Some souls were suited to the path of intellectual discrimination, seeing through the illusions of the material world to the unchanging reality beneath. Others were suited to the path of love, surrendering completely to the divine, and finding liberation through that surrender. Whatever you do, whatever you eat, whatever you offer in sacrifice, whatever you give away, whatever austerity you practice, do it as an offering to me, Krishna said. Thus you will be freed from the bondage of action and its good and evil results, With your mind fixed on me through this yoga of renunciation, you will be liberated and come to me. And then, at Arjuna's request, Krishna revealed his true form, the Vishvarupa, the cosmic form that contained all of existence within itself. What Arjuna saw was beyond description. He saw all the gods, all the sages, all the celestial serpents. He saw the entire universe, with all its infinite variety, unified in the body of the Supreme. He saw the past, present, and future simultaneously. He saw creation and destruction, birth and death, the endless cycle of existence, all contained within a single divine form. I see your infinite form on all sides, Arjuna gasped, with countless arms, bellies, faces, and eyes. I see no beginning, middle, or end to you, O Lord of the universe, O cosmic form. But the vision was too much for mortal eyes to bear. Arjuna begged Krishna to return to his familiar form, and Krishna complied, once again becoming the beloved friend and charioteer. This form of mine that you have seen is very difficult to behold, Krishna said. Even the gods are always longing to see this form. But through single-minded devotion, I can be known and seen in this form, and even entered into, O Arjuna. The Gita concluded with Krishna's ultimate teaching, the path of complete surrender. Abandoning all dharmas, take refuge in me alone, Krishna declared. I will liberate you from all sins, do not grieve. This was not a rejection of dharma, but its fulfillment. When one surrenders completely to the divine takes responsibility for one's liberation. The devotee need not worry about the complexities of right and wrong, about the competing demands of different duties. The divine will guide, the divine will protect, the divine will liberate. Arjuna, his doubts resolved, his vision clarified, picked up his bow and entered the battle. The war that followed was terrible. 18 days of slaughter that left millions dead, and the world forever changed. But it was a war fought in the spirit of the Gita, with Arjuna acting from duty rather than desire, offering all his actions to Krishna, accepting all results as divine will. When the war ended, the Pandavas were victorious, but their victory was ashes in their mouths. They had won a kingdom but lost almost everyone they loved. The cost of dharma had been almost unbearable. But Krishna reminded them that this too was part of the divine plan. The old order had to be destroyed so that a new order could arise. The accumulated karma of generations had to be worked out through this great conflict. And those who had died in the battle, fighting for what they believed was right, had achieved liberation through their sacrifice. Krishna remained on earth for some years after the war, guiding the Pandavas in their rule, teaching all who came to him, demonstrating through his life the truths he had spoken on the battlefield. But eventually, his mission complete, he prepared to leave. The circumstances of Krishna's departure were poignant. A curse had been placed on his clan, the Yadavas, and they destroyed themselves in a drunken brawl. Krishna, alone in the forest, was mistaken for a deer by a hunter named Jara and struck by an arrow in his heel, the only vulnerable point on his divine body. As Krishna lay beneath a pipal tree, the hunter approached in horror, realizing what he had done. But Krishna smiled at him with infinite compassion. "Do not grieve," Krishna said. "You have been the instrument of my departure, nothing more. In a previous age, you were Vali, the monkey king whom Rama slew with an arrow from hiding. This is simply the balancing of cosmic accounts. You are forgiven. You are blessed." And with those words of grace, Krishna closed his eyes and allowed his consciousness to merge back into the infinite ocean of Vishnu. The dark-skinned god who had danced with the gopis, who had lifted mountains, who had spoken the eternal truths of the Gita, returned to the source from which all avatars emerge. But Krishna's departure was not an ending. It was a transformation. His physical form may have left the world, but his presence remained in the hearts of his devotees, in the words of the Gita, in the eternal dance of Radha and Krishna that continues in the spiritual realm of Goloka. To this day, millions chant the Hare Krishna mantra, calling out to the divine beloved who promised to always be present for those who love him. To this day, the Gita is read and studied, its teachings as relevant now as they were on the battlefield of Kurukshetra. To this day, the flute of Krishna echoes in the hearts of all who seek the divine through love. For Krishna was not merely an avatar who came to restore Dharma. He was the revelation of the divine as friend, as lover, as the intimate companion of every soul. He showed that God is not distant or fearsome, but near and loving, waiting always for the devotee's call, ready always to dance in the moonlight of the awakened heart. The ages continued their descent. After Krishna's departure, the world entered the Kali Yuga, the age of darkness, of confusion, of spiritual decline. The clear teachings of the previous ages became obscured. Rituals lost their meaning. Priests became corrupt. The pursuit of liberation was replaced by the pursuit of power and pleasure. In this darkening world, a new kind of suffering emerged, not the suffering caused by demons or tyrants, but the suffering inherent in existence itself. People began to question not just how to live righteously, but why they should live at all. What was the point of existence if it only led to old age, disease, and death? What was the purpose of striving if all achievements eventually crumbled to dust? Into this world of existential anguish, Vishnu sent his ninth avatar, not as a warrior or a king, but as a teacher who would address the deepest questions of human existence. Siddhartha Gautama was born a prince of the Shakya clan, in a small kingdom at the foot of the Himalayas. His father, King Suddhodana, had received a prophecy that his son would become either a great world ruler or a great spiritual teacher. Determined that Siddhartha should choose the path of worldly power, Suddhodana surrounded his son with every luxury and pleasure, shielding him from any sight of suffering or death. For 29 years, Siddhartha lived in this gilded cage, married to a beautiful princess, father to a young son, heir to a prosperous kingdom. He had everything that the world considers desirable, and yet something within him remained unsatisfied, a restlessness that no pleasure could quiet, a question that no answer could resolve. Then came the 4 sights that would change everything. On 4 successive journeys outside the palace, Siddhartha encountered realities that his father had tried to hide from him. He saw an old man, bent and withered by age. He saw a sick man, racked by disease and pain. He saw a corpse being carried to the cremation ground, surrounded by weeping mourners. And finally, he saw a wandering ascetic, a man who had renounced the world in search of liberation. These 4 sights shattered Siddhartha's illusions. He realized that no amount of wealth or pleasure could protect him from old age, disease, and death. He realized that the happiness he had known was temporary, built on foundations that would inevitably crumble. And he realized that there might be another way, a path beyond suffering, a liberation from the endless cycle of birth and death. That night, Siddhartha made the great renunciation. He left his palace, his kingdom, his wife, and his infant son. He cut off his hair, exchanged his royal robes for the simple garments of a wanderer, and set out to find the answer to suffering. For 6 years, Siddhartha searched. He studied with the greatest teachers of his time, mastering their techniques of meditation and philosophy. He practiced extreme austerities, reducing his body to skin and bones, pushing himself to the very edge of death. He tried every path that promised liberation, followed every method that claimed to lead beyond suffering. But none of them worked. The teacher's philosophies were incomplete. The austerities only weakened his body without enlightening his mind. Every path he tried led to a dead end. Finally, near death from his extreme practices, Siddhartha accepted a bowl of rice milk from a village girl named Sujata. As nourishment returned to his body, clarity returned to his mind. He realized that neither extreme luxury nor extreme austerity was the answer. The path to liberation lay in the middle, between indulgence and denial, between attachment and aversion, between the extremes that had defined his search. With this realization, Siddhartha sat beneath a pipal tree near the town of Bodh Gaya, and vowed not to rise until he had found the ultimate truth. Through the night he sat, his mind diving deeper and deeper into the nature of reality. Mara, the lord of illusion, sent his armies and his daughters to distract the seeker. But Siddhartha remained unmoved, his concentration unbroken. As the morning star rose, Siddhartha's mind broke through the final barrier. He saw the nature of suffering and its cause. He saw the path that leads beyond suffering. He saw the interconnectedness of all things, the impermanence of all phenomena, the emptiness at the heart of existence that is simultaneously the fullness of infinite potential. Siddhartha had become the Buddha, the awakened one. For 49 days the Buddha remained in the bliss of his enlightenment, uncertain whether to teach what he had discovered. The truth he had found was subtle, profound, going against the grain of ordinary human thinking. Would anyone understand? Would anyone be able to follow the path he had walked? But compassion won out over doubt. The Buddha saw the suffering of all beings, saw how they wandered in darkness, seeking happiness in places where happiness could never be found. He could not remain silent while others suffered. He would teach, and those with ears to hear would hear. The Buddha's first teaching was given to 5 ascetics who had been his companions during his years of extreme practice. In the deer park at Sarnath, he expounded the 4 noble truths, the foundation of all his subsequent teachings. The first noble truth was the truth of suffering, dukkha. All conditioned existence is marked by suffering, by unsatisfactoriness, by a fundamental dis-ease that no worldly achievement can cure. Birth is suffering, old age is suffering, disease is suffering, death is suffering. Being separated from what we love is suffering. Being united with what we hate is suffering. Not getting what we want is suffering. The very nature of conditioned existence is suffering. The second noble truth was the truth of the origin of suffering, samudaya. Suffering arises from craving, from the thirst that seeks satisfaction in impermanent things. We suffer because we cling to pleasure, to existence, to non-existence. We suffer because we grasp at a self that has no ultimate reality, defending and promoting an illusion that can never be satisfied. The third noble truth was the truth of the cessation of suffering, nirodha. There is a way out. Suffering can end. When craving is extinguished, when the illusion of self is seen through, when the mind no longer grasps at impermanent phenomena, suffering ceases. This cessation is nirvana. Not annihilation but liberation, the unconditioned state beyond all suffering. The fourth noble truth was the truth of the path leading to the cessation of suffering, magga. This path is the noble eightfold path: right view, right intention, right speech, right action, right livelihood, right effort, right mindfulness, and right concentration. By following this path, any being can achieve what the Buddha achieved, can awaken to the same truth, can attain the same liberation. For 45 years after his enlightenment, the Buddha wandered through northern India, teaching all who would listen. He taught kings and beggars, Brahmins and outcasts, men and women, young and old. He established a community of monks and nuns, the Sangha, who would preserve and transmit his teachings. He adapted his message to his audience, using parables and analogies, philosophical arguments, and practical instructions, whatever would help each individual understand. The Buddha's teaching was revolutionary in many ways. He rejected the caste system. declaring that a person's worth was determined by their actions, not their birth. He rejected the authority of the Vedas, insisting that truth must be verified through personal experience, not accepted on faith. He rejected the idea of an eternal, unchanging self, teaching instead that what we call self is a constantly changing process, a river of experiences with no permanent essence. But perhaps most revolutionary was the Buddha's silence on metaphysical questions. When asked about the existence of God, the nature of the universe, or the state of the enlightened after death, the Buddha often refused to answer. These questions, he said, were not conducive to liberation. They were like a man shot with a poisoned arrow who refuses treatment until he knows the name, caste, and hometown of the archer. The arrow of suffering is embedded in our hearts. The Buddha offered a way to remove it. Metaphysical speculation only delays the healing. This silence has led to much debate about the Buddha's relationship to the Hindu tradition from which he emerged. Some see him as a reformer, purifying Hinduism of its corruptions while preserving its essential truths. Others see him as a revolutionary, rejecting the foundations of Vedic religion entirely. Still others see him as an avatar of Vishnu, sent to test the faith of the orthodox or to teach a path suited to the declining age. The truth, perhaps, is more subtle than any of these positions. The Buddha's teaching was not a rejection of the divine, but a reframing of it. The liberation he pointed to was not different from the moksha sought by Hindu sages. The compassion he embodied was not different from the love that Vishnu shows to all beings. The path he taught was not opposed to Dharma, but was Dharma refined to its essence, the Dharma of liberation from suffering. As the Buddha approached the end of his earthly life, he gave his final teachings to his beloved disciple Ananda. The ages continued their descent. After Krishna's departure, the world entered the Kali Yuga, the age of darkness, of confusion, of spiritual decline. The clear teachings of the previous ages became obscured. Rituals lost their meaning. Priests became corrupt. The pursuit of liberation was replaced by the pursuit of power and pleasure. In this darkening world, a new kind of suffering emerged. Not the suffering caused by demons or tyrants, but the suffering inherent in existence itself. People began to question not just how to live righteously, but why they should live at all. What was the point of existence if it only led to old age, disease, and death? What was the purpose of striving if all achievements eventually crumbled to dust? Into this world of existential anguish, Vishnu sent his ninth avatar, not as a warrior or a king, but as a teacher who would address the deepest questions of human existence. Siddhartha Gautama was born a prince of the Shakya clan, in a small kingdom at the foot of the Himalayas. His father, King Suddhodana, had received a prophecy that his son would become either a great world ruler or a great spiritual teacher. Determined that Siddhartha should choose the path of worldly power, Suddhodana surrounded his son with every luxury and pleasure, shielding him from any sight of suffering or death. For 29 years, Siddhartha lived in this gilded cage, married to a beautiful princess, father to a young son, heir to a prosperous kingdom. He had everything that the world considers desirable, and yet, something within him remained unsatisfied, a restlessness that no pleasure could quiet, a question that no answer could resolve. Then came the 4 sights that would change everything. On 4 successive journeys outside the palace, Siddhartha encountered realities that his father had tried to hide from him. He saw an old man, bent and withered by age. He saw a sick man, racked by disease and pain. He saw a corpse being carried to the cremation ground, surrounded by weeping mourners. And finally, he saw a wandering ascetic, a man who had renounced the world in search of liberation. These 4 sights shattered Siddhartha's illusions. He realized that no amount of wealth or pleasure could protect him from old age, disease, and death. He realized that the happiness he had known was temporary, built on foundations that would inevitably crumble. and he realized that there might be another way, a path beyond suffering, a liberation from the endless cycle of birth and death. That night, Siddhartha made the great renunciation. He left his palace, his kingdom, his wife, and his infant son. He cut off his hair, exchanged his royal robes for the simple garments of a wanderer, and set out to find the answer to suffering. For 6 years, Siddhartha searched. He studied with the greatest teachers of his time, mastering their techniques of meditation and philosophy. He practiced extreme austerities, reducing his body to skin and bones, pushing himself to the very edge of death. He tried every path that promised liberation, followed every method that claimed to lead beyond suffering, but none of them worked. The teacher's philosophies were incomplete. The austerities only weakened his body without enlightening his mind. Every path he tried led to a dead end. Finally, near death from his extreme practices, Siddhartha accepted a bowl of rice milk from a village girl named Sujata. As nourishment returned to his body, clarity returned to his mind. He realized that neither extreme luxury nor extreme austerity was the answer. The path to liberation lay in the middle, between indulgence and denial, between attachment and aversion, between the extremes that had defined his search. With this realization, Siddhartha sat beneath a pipal tree near the town of Bodh Gaya and vowed not to rise until he had found the ultimate truth. Through the night he sat, his mind diving deeper and deeper into the nature of reality. Mara, the Lord of Illusion, sent his armies and his daughters to distract the seeker, but Siddhartha remained unmoved, his concentration unbroken. As the morning star rose, Siddhartha's mind broke through the final barrier. He saw the nature of suffering and its cause. He saw the path that leads beyond suffering. He saw the interconnectedness of all things, the impermanence of all phenomena, the emptiness at the heart of existence that is simultaneously the fullness of infinite potential. Siddhartha had become the Buddha, the awakened one. For 49 days the Buddha remained in the bliss of his enlightenment, uncertain whether to teach what he had discovered. The truth he had found was subtle, profound, going against the grain of ordinary human thinking. Would anyone understand? Would anyone be able to follow the path he had walked? But compassion won out over doubt. The Buddha saw the suffering of all beings, saw how they wandered in darkness, seeking happiness in places where happiness could never be found. He could not remain silent while others suffered. He would teach, and those with ears to hear would hear. The Buddha's first teaching was given to 5 ascetics who had been his companions during his years of extreme practice. In the deer park at Sarnath, he expounded the 4 noble truths, the foundation of all his subsequent teachings. The first noble truth was the truth of suffering, dukkha. All conditioned existence is marked by suffering, by unsatisfactoriness, by a fundamental dis-ease that no worldly achievement can cure. Birth is suffering. Old age is suffering. Disease is suffering. Death is suffering. Being separated from what we love is suffering. Being united with what we hate is suffering. Not getting what we want is suffering. The very nature of conditioned existence is suffering. The second noble truth was the truth of the origin of suffering, samudaya. Suffering arises from craving, from the thirst that seeks satisfaction in impermanent things. We suffer because we cling to pleasure, to existence, to non-existence. We suffer because we grasp at a self that has no ultimate reality, defending and promoting an illusion that can never be satisfied. The third noble truth was the truth of the cessation of suffering, nirodha. There is a way out. Suffering can end. When craving is extinguished, when the illusion of self is seen through, when the mind no longer grasps at impermanent phenomena, suffering ceases. This cessation is nirvana, not annihilation but liberation, the unconditioned state beyond all suffering. The fourth noble truth was the truth of the path leading to the cessation of suffering, magga. This path is the Noble Eightfold Path. Right view, right intention, right speech, right action, right livelihood, right effort, right mindfulness, and right concentration. By following this path, any being can achieve what the Buddha achieved, can awaken to the same truth, can attain the same liberation. For 45 years after his enlightenment, the Buddha wandered through northern India, teaching all who would listen. He taught kings and beggars, Brahmins and outcasts, men and women, young and old. He established a community of monks and nuns, the Sangha, who would preserve and transmit his teachings. He adapted his message to his audience, using parables and analogies, philosophical arguments and practical instructions, whatever would help each individual understand. The Buddha's teaching was revolutionary in many ways. He rejected the caste system, declaring that a person's worth was determined by their actions, not their birth. He rejected the authority of the Vedas, insisting that truth must be verified through personal experience, not accepted on faith. He rejected the idea of an eternal, unchanging self, teaching instead that what we call self is a constantly changing process, a river of experiences with no permanent essence. But perhaps most revolutionary was the Buddha's silence on metaphysical questions. When asked about the existence of God, the nature of the universe, or the state of the enlightened after death, the Buddha often refused to answer. These questions, he said, were not conducive to liberation. They were like a man shot with a poisoned arrow who refuses treatment until he knows the name, caste, and hometown of the archer. The arrow of suffering is embedded in our hearts. The Buddha offered a way to remove it. Metaphysical speculation only delays the healing. This silence has led to much debate about the Buddha's relationship to the Hindu tradition from which he emerged. Some see him as a reformer, purifying Hinduism of its corruptions while preserving its essential truths. Others see him as a revolutionary, rejecting the foundations of Vedic religion entirely. Still others see him as an avatar of Vishnu, sent to test the faith of the orthodox or to teach a path suited to the declining age. The truth, perhaps, is more subtle than any of these positions. The Buddha's teaching was not a rejection of the divine, but a reframing of it. The liberation he pointed to was not different from the moksha sought by Hindu sages. The compassion he embodied was not different from the love that Vishnu shows to all beings. The path he taught was not opposed to Dharma, but was Dharma refined to its essence, the Dharma of liberation from suffering. As the Buddha approached the end of his earthly life, he gave his final teachings to his beloved disciple Ananda. The ages continue their descent. The Kali Yuga deepens, and with each passing century, the world moves further from the golden ages of the past. Dharma, which once stood on 4 legs, now stands on 1, and that one leg grows weaker with each generation. The signs of the age are everywhere. Truth is rare, and lies are common. The powerful oppress the weak without consequence. Spiritual teachers are more interested in wealth and fame than in liberation. The sacred texts are forgotten or misinterpreted. The very concept of Dharma becomes confused, with each person claiming their own desires as righteous. In this darkest of ages, the ancient texts speak of one more avatar yet to come, Kalki, the final incarnation of Vishnu, who will appear at the end of the Kali Yuga to destroy the forces of darkness and usher in a new golden age. The prophecies describe him in vivid detail. He will be born in the village of Shambhala to a Brahmin family of great virtue. His father will be named Vishnuyasha, and his mother will be named Sumati. From his earliest years he will display signs of divine origin, extraordinary wisdom, unmatched martial skill, and a presence that inspires both awe and devotion. When the time is right, Kalki will receive a divine white horse named Devadatta, swift as thought, capable of traveling anywhere in the universe in an instant. He will be given a celestial sword that blazes with the light of 1,000 suns, capable of cutting through any darkness, any illusion, any evil. Mounted on his white horse, wielding his blazing sword, Kalki will ride forth to cleanse the world. The corrupt kings who have oppressed the people will fall before him. The false teachers who have led souls astray will be exposed and destroyed. The demons who have taken human form to spread chaos and suffering will be returned to the darkness from which they came. But Kalki's mission will not be merely destructive. He will also restore what has been lost. The sacred texts will be recovered and properly understood. The true teachers will be recognized and honored. The path of Dharma will be made clear once more, accessible to all who sincerely seek it. After Kalki's cleansing, the world will enter a new Satya Yuga, a new golden age of truth and righteousness. The cycle will begin again, as it has begun countless times before, and will begin countless times again. For the universe is not a line moving toward a final destination, but a wheel eternally turning, eternally renewing itself. Some say that Kalki has already been born, waiting in secret for the moment when his mission must begin. Others say that his birth is still in the future, that the Kali Yuga has not yet reached its darkest point. Still others say that Kalki is not a single individual but a principle, the inevitable triumph of Dharma over Adharma, of light over darkness, of truth over falsehood. Perhaps all of these interpretations contain truth. The avatars of Vishnu have always been more than mere individuals. They have been embodiments of cosmic principles, manifestations of divine love responding to the needs of creation. Kalki, too, may be understood, not just as a future warrior, but as the eternal promise that darkness will never have the final word. For this is the deepest teaching of the Avatar doctrine. The divine never abandons creation. No matter how dark the age, no matter how deep the corruption, no matter how lost humanity may seem, Vishnu will always come. He will take whatever form is needed, fish or tortoise, boar or man-lion, dwarf or warrior, prince or cowherd, teacher or destroyer. He will do whatever is necessary to restore the balance, to protect the righteous, to guide souls toward liberation. This promise is not passive. It does not mean that humans can simply wait for divine intervention while doing nothing themselves. The avatars come to help those who are already striving, to support those who are already fighting for Dharma, to teach those who are already seeking truth. They are partners in the great work of cosmic restoration, not replacements for human effort. And so, as we wait for Kalki, whether his coming is imminent or distant, we are called to be avatars ourselves, not in the sense of being divine incarnations, but in the sense of embodying the principles that the avatars represent. We are called to preserve wisdom in an age of ignorance. Like Matsya preserving the Vedas, we are called to support the great churning of transformation. Like Kurma supporting Mount Mandara, we are called to rescue what is sacred from the depths of corruption. Like Varaha rescuing the earth, we are called to confront pride with the fierce compassion of Narasimha, to demonstrate that true power lies in humility like Vamana, to cleanse corruption even when the cost is high like Parashurama. We are called to embody Dharma in our daily lives like Rama, to teach the path of liberation like Krishna, to point the way beyond suffering like the Buddha. And when the time comes, we are called to ride forth like Kalki, wielding whatever sword of truth we have been given, mounted on whatever vehicle of grace carries us, to play our part in the eternal restoration of the cosmic order. And so we return to where we began, to the cosmic ocean, to the infinite waters of consciousness upon which Vishnu eternally reclines. The 10 avatars are not merely historical events, not merely mythological stories, not merely religious doctrines. They are windows into the nature of reality itself, revelations of how the divine interacts with creation, maps of the soul's journey from ignorance to enlightenment. Each avatar addresses a different kind of crisis, a different level of cosmic imbalance. Matsya comes when wisdom itself is threatened with extinction. Kurma comes when the forces of creation need support in their great work. Varaha comes when the very foundation of existence, the earth herself, is dragged into the depths of chaos. Narasimha comes when pride has grown so monstrous that it threatens to devour all righteousness. Vamana comes when even virtue can upset the cosmic balance, when the lesson needed is not about defeating evil, but about the limits of ego. Parashurama comes when the warrior class has forgotten its duty to protect and has become the oppressor. Rama comes to demonstrate the perfect embodiment of Dharma, showing humanity what is possible when divine and human nature are perfectly aligned. Krishna comes to teach the deepest truths, to reveal the paths of action, knowledge, and devotion, to show that liberation is possible even in the midst of worldly engagement. Buddha comes to address the suffering inherent in existence itself, to point beyond all conditioned phenomena to the unconditioned freedom of nirvana. And Kalki will come to end the age of darkness and begin the cycle anew. But these 10 are not the only avatars. The Bhagavata Purana lists 22, and other texts suggest that the avatars are innumerable. Whenever and wherever Dharma declines, whenever and wherever Adharma rises, Vishnu manifests. He may come as a sage or a king, as a child or an elder, as a human or an animal, as a male or a female. The forms are infinite because the divine love that motivates them is infinite. This is the great comfort of the Avatar doctrine: we are never alone. The universe is not a cold mechanical system indifferent to our struggles. It is a living reality, pervaded by consciousness, guided by love, tending always toward balance and liberation. The same power that preserved the Vedas in the cosmic flood, that churned the ocean of milk, that lifted the earth from the depths, that shattered the pillar to protect a child's faith, that same power is available to us, here and now, in whatever form we need it. But the Avatar doctrine also carries a challenge. If the divine is willing to take form for our sake, what are we willing to do in response? If Vishnu descends from his cosmic ocean to walk among us, to suffer with us, to guide us toward freedom, how can we remain passive? The avatars call us to action, to transformation, to the realization of our own divine potential. For the deepest secret of the avatars is this: the same consciousness that manifests as Vishnu, that takes form as Matsya and Kurma and Varaha and all the rest, is the same consciousness that dwells in every heart. The Atman, the individual soul, is not different from Brahman, the universal consciousness. The wave is not different from the ocean. The spark is not different from the fire. When we recognize this truth, when we realize our identity with the divine, we become avatars ourselves. Not in the sense of being cosmic saviors, but in the sense of being conscious participants in the divine play, willing instruments of the cosmic restoration, embodiments of the love that sustains all existence. This is the ultimate teaching of the Dashavatara, the 10 avatars. It is not merely a story about gods and demons, about cosmic battles and divine interventions. It is a story about us, about our journey from ignorance to wisdom, from bondage to freedom, from the illusion of separation to the reality of unity. We are Matsya, preserving the seeds of wisdom through the floods of confusion that threaten to overwhelm us. We are Kurma, providing stable support for the great churning of transformation that life demands. We are Varaha, diving into the depths of our own unconscious to rescue the sacred feminine, the earth of our being, from the demons of ignorance and fear. We are Narasimha, breaking through the pillars of our own pride to protect the innocent faith that dwells in our hearts. We are Vamana, learning that true greatness lies not in conquest, but in the 3 steps of right thought, right word, and right action. We are Parashurama, sometimes needing to cut away the corrupted parts of ourselves before new growth can begin. We are Rama, striving to embody Dharma in every relationship, every duty, every challenge we face. We are Krishna, learning to act without attachment, to love without possession, to engage fully in life while remaining free from its bondage. We are Buddha, awakening to the truth that lies beyond all concepts, all doctrines, all limited identities. And we are Kalki, carrying within us the seed of transformation that will one day flower into a new golden age, not just for the world, but for our own consciousness, which is not different from the world. The cosmic ocean still stretches to infinity. Vishnu still reclines upon Ananta Shesha, the serpent of endless time. Lakshmi still massages his feet, the eternal feminine honoring the eternal masculine. And from Vishnu's navel, the lotus still grows, bearing Brahma, who will create new universes, new cycles, new opportunities for consciousness to know itself. This is the eternal return, not a meaningless repetition, but a spiral of evolution, each cycle building on the last, each avatar preparing the way for the next, each soul moving closer to the ultimate realization of its divine nature. And in this eternal return, we find not despair but hope. The darkness of the Kali Yuga is not permanent. The corruption we see around us is not the final word. The suffering we experience is not without purpose. All of it is part of the great churning, the cosmic process by which the nectar of immortality is extracted from the ocean of existence. The avatars have shown us the way. They have demonstrated that the divine is not distant but near, not indifferent but passionately engaged, not abstract but intimately personal. They have proven that no darkness is too deep, no demon too powerful, no crisis too severe for the light of consciousness to overcome. And they have promised that this light will never be extinguished. As long as there is a universe, there will be avatars. As long as there is suffering, there will be compassion. As long as there is ignorance, there will be wisdom. As long as there is bondage, there will be liberation. This is the eternal promise of Vishnu, spoken through every avatar, echoing through every age. Whenever Dharma declines and Adharma rises, I manifest myself. For the protection of the good, for the destruction of the wicked, for the establishment of Dharma, I am born age after age. Let these words sink into your heart as you drift toward sleep. Let them become part of your consciousness, woven into the fabric of your dreams. For you are not separate from this cosmic story. You are part of it, a unique expression of the same consciousness that manifests as avatars, a wave in the same ocean that is Vishnu's eternal abode. As your eyes grow heavy and your breath deepens, know that you are held in that ocean. Know that the same love that sent Matsya to save the Vedas watches over you. Know that the same strength that lifted the earth from the cosmic depths supports you. Know that the same wisdom that spoke the Bhagavad Gita guides you. You are never alone. You are never abandoned. You are never without hope. The avatars have come. The avatars will come again. And in the deepest sense, the avatar is always here, in your heart, in your breath, in the consciousness that is reading these words and will carry them into dreams. Rest now in that consciousness. Rest in the cosmic ocean. Rest in the eternal embrace of the one who never sleeps, who watches over all creation with eyes of infinite love. Om Namo Narayanaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Peace to your body, peace to your mind, peace to your soul. The story is complete, but the story never ends. For you are the story, and the story is you, and both are waves in the ocean of consciousness that has no beginning and no end. Sleep now, beloved child of the universe. Sleep in the arms of the eternal, and when you wake, carry with you the light of the avatars, the wisdom of the ages, the love that sustains all worlds. For you are that light. You are that wisdom. You are that love. You always have been. You always will be. Om.